is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. This land is beautiful, it steals your heart away. This land is paradise, only a smile away. The soul of Asia, the essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true, Malaysia. Asia, truly Asia.
At Petronas, you get more. More points. Simpler, better, now cardless. Just key in your phone number at the pump, Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mercer rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
Ada 3 zon pecutan pada jarak 167.3 km. Kuala Lumpur KLCC, are you ready?
Let's count down. 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
let's see who's going to cross the finishing line right here for the 5th stage. PETRONAS Batu Langkawi, the 28th edition.
Kumpulan besar sedang menuju ke garisan penamat. Melangkah untuk peringkat yang kelima.
Pencapainya Arvin Decline, Kadara Astana dan juga pelumba daripada JCL Team Okyo.
Kita kembali untuk teruskan perjalanan. Hari ini merupakan peringkat ke-6. Kita kini berada di salah satu negeri di selatan iaitu di Johor, dan lebih tepat kita berada di Batu, Pahat untuk permulaan hari ini. Permulaan yang pastinya akan ada drama yang lebih menarik menuju ke Kulai nanti. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi semua. Kita bersara lebih awal hari ini kerana hari ini hari terakhir kesemua pelumba untuk jelajah PETRONAS di Langkawi berada di Tanah Besar sebelum mereka berlepas ke Sarawak untuk meneruskan berbaki 2 perjalanan peringkat 7 dan juga peringkat ke-8. Jadi terlebih dahulu sebelum kita nak berbicara dengan lebih lanjut, sebelum kita nak melihat perjalanan bagi peringkat ke-6, kita nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua penaja, terutamanya PETRONAS, semualah Bubbles O2 Tourism Malaysia yang sentiasa berada di belakang dan turut bersama-sama berganding bahu untuk menjayakan PETRONAS di Langkawi 2024 yang telah pun memasuki edisi ke-28. Jadi sekali lagi, ini antara ayat-ayat wajib saya setiap pagi untuk permulaan siaran kita, kerana tanpa penaja pastinya Kangkatan Letur di Langkawi tidak dapat dirasai, dan juga kita boleh lihat bagaimana kemeriahan dari edisi ke edisi sehinggalah kita sedang menuju berbaki 3 peringkat untuk edisi ke-28. Hari ini semangatnya lain sikit kerana saya bersama dengan bekas pelumba negara, bekas Olimpik, bekas kalau ikut di Letur di Langkawi ini 7 kali 2010 hingga 2016, dan bekas pemegang JC terbaik Asia, JC putih. Adik Usaini, Dik, selamat datang Dik.
Thank you Lan. Banyak bekas tu Lan.
Banyak bekas, banyak bekas. Tetapi yang terkini ialah antara pengulas terbaik lah, expert untuk saingan pelumba jelajah sebegini. Jadi Adik, sedikit Adik, pendek, ringkas, selepas kita melihat stage ke stage, tapi sebelum adik kongsikan lebih terperinci Dik, kita nak lihat kedudukan ataupun jersey-jersey yang telah pun berakhir semalam. Persaingan semakin sengit, terutamanya pemegang jersey hijau keseluruhan GC iaitu David Maxpol, yang kita lihat kedudukannya masih boleh tergugat. Kalau kita Thomas Vasenti yang ketinggalan hanya 15 saat. Kemudian kita perhatikan JC ini juga akan menjadi perhatian hari ini. Abang Klein terus mencabar kerana ketinggalan 1 mata saja ke atas Mateo Maloseli. untuk perebutan jersey orange KBS iaitu jersey Raja Pecut. Namun untuk jersey KOM, jersey Raja Bukit, jersey Polka Dot hampir pasti tidak akan berubah kerana perjalanan peringkat ke-6, 7 dan juga 8 hanya membawakan esok ada satu pendakian. Tetapi itu saya rasa tidak cukup untuk Max Paul memintas kedudukan pemegang jersey Polka Dot, dan ini juga sangat menarik untuk jersey Asia. Manabu Ishibashi yang kekalkan 2 peringkat berturut-turut untuk kekal pelumba terbaik Asia setakat ini. Bersama dengan Lily, kerana Lily akan kongsikan bersama dengan kita. Seperti biasalah, sebelum kita nak berbicara mengenai Stesen 6, kita bersama dengan Lily terlebih dahulu.
Okey, lepas selesai peringkat kelima saingan Petronas Letur di Langkawi 2024, kita masih ada misi, tim Cavalcade masih ada misi untuk hari ini, which is kita kini berada di sekitar kawasan Kampung Beruang Melaka di kediaman rumah Puan Kasmah Manap untuk program prihatin yang seterusnya. Jom kita tengok apa aktiviti yang dilakukan tim Cavalcade untuk hari ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Makcik Ujar, ribuan terima kasih lah. Besar hati rasanya hari ini. Saya banyak sumbangan bagi hari ini kan, bersyukur kepada Allah. Rezeki yang ada yang datang pada hari ini. Makcik ucapkan banyak terima kasih. Datang lagi jauh rombongannya. Itu yang makcik tahu nak terkati sikit.
Assalamualaikum. Saya nak ucapkan terima kasihlah daripada Letur Langkawi atas sumbangan yang diberikan ni lah. Terima kasih banyak.
Baik, selain kita memberikan tumpuan kehangatan setiap peringkat, tetapi aktiviti sampingan kita lihat bersama komiti juga turut dijayakan di sebalik kehangatan sangan Petronas Letur di Langkawi. Jadi saya bersama dengan adik. Adik, hari ini peringkat ke-6, peringkat yang kita jangkakan perlumbaan laju. Kerana perlumbaan landai yang akan berakhir di Kulai, 3 sprint zone untuk adik hari ini, adik.
Ya, of course kan. Kalau kita lihat 123 km lah dengan hari ini ada 3 intermediate sprint yang ditawarkan. Of course saya rasa hari ini perlumbaan pun awal hari ini kan. Kebiasaannya kita start pukul 11. Hari ini pukul 8.30 kita start. Jadi saya jangkakan memang perlumbaan hari ini mungkin ambil masa lebih kurang less than 2 hour lah kan. Sebab kalau tengok kita punya graf perlumbaan hari ini memang totally flat menuju ke Kulai.
Ya, dari segi recovery, terutamanya pelumba-pelumba negara, jadi kita lihat ya, saya rasa dah lama kita jarang berlaku ada 5 pelumba yang terkandas sebelum mereka memulakan saingan peringkat kelima. Tapi dari segi recovery untuk pelumba negara ni, adik, untuk nak catch up balik semula untuk at least setidaknya dalam kedudukan yang baik menuju peringkat yang ke-6 ni?
Saya rasa tak ada masalah sebab yang stage yang sakit adalah stage yang 3, 4 dan 5 semalam. Ya. Baki 3 stage yang terakhir ni saya rasa tak ada masalah lah untuk para pelumba daripada pelumba tempatan kita untuk menonjol. Dalam masa sama saya rasa kemungkinan besar kan ada sesuatu yang akan ditonjolkan oleh pelumba tempatan kita untuk baki 3 stage yang terakhir ni.
Betul, itu yang kita harapkan kerana ini peluang terbaik. Dan sekali lagi, jika tadi aktiviti bersama komuniti, tapi pagi ini kita nak melihat dan juga bersama dengan Lee untuk update sebelum bermulanya flag off peringkat ke-6.
Baik, thank you studio. Selamat pagi dari Batu, Pahat, Johor. Perlumbaan hanya akan bermula pada jam 8.30 pagi. Sekejap saja lagi membabitkan kayuhan sejauh 123.4 km untuk hari ini, yang saya fikir bakal membuka ruang untuk pelumba tempatan mendapatkan tempat ataupun kedudukan terbaik mereka yang selepas mengalami laluan berliku sejak peringkat ketiga, 4 dan 5. Walaupun pure sprinter kita buat masa ini dah out, tumpuan boleh diberikan kepada Aiman Rosli yang dianggap mahu membalas dendam atas prestasinya tahun lalu. Dan meskipun perlumbaan dijangka akan berlangsung laju dan sengit, Aiman yang dilabel sebagai all-rounder sudah pasti mahu mencatat sesuatu dalam perlumbaan yang melibatkan 3 zon pecutan untuk hari ini. Dan untuk rekod setakat peringkat ke-6 LTDL 2024, hanya 104 pelumba yang dapat meneruskan perjuangan mereka sehingga ke garisan penamat buat masa inilah. Dan selain all eyes on Arvid Decline yang merupakan pemenang 2 peringkat berturut-turut di peringkat ke-4 dan peringkat ke-5, dengan keputusan dicatat ketika ini sudah pasti Arvid berada dalam motivasi tertinggi, confident. Lagi-lagi dia hanya dibezakan hanya satu mata kepada pendahulu dan juga pemegang jersey orange iaitu Matteo Malucelli. Dan suka saya kongsikan ketika ini ambience ataupun vibe di sekitar Batu Pahat. Orang-orang Batu Pahat sangat sporting ya. Sebenarnya seawal ini mereka sudah pun mula membanjiri ataupun datang ke area starting line untuk memberikan sokongan kepada semua pelumba-pelumba yang terlibat. Dan kepada anda semua, jangan lupa untuk follow platform media sosial Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga PETRONAS Tua di Langkawi, serta boleh saksikan secara langsung perlumbaan ini di saluran Astro Arena 802 dengan hashtag kita semua Timas, hashtag Beat the Hit.
Baik, terima kasih Lily. Sekali lagi, ini nampak ceria Lily walaupun bekerja keras. Baik, kita dah tahu dah perebutan jersey orange untuk Raja Pecut, itu pasti. Tapi saya sekali lagi nak sedikit sentuh pelumba negara adik katakan ada peluang. Mungkin antara yang terbaik adalah dari TSG. Aiman, kita tahu home ground untuk dia di Johor.
Ya, betul kan. Of course, saya rasa hari ini kemungkinan besar kan dengan hometown dia lah, home ground dia, Aiman Rosli. Of course, saya rasa dia ada mungkin membuat sesuatu, mungkin akan ada pecahan-pecahan yang akan berlaku. Jadi kita harap Aiman Rosli hari ini, perlombaan hari ini, dia mampu sekurang-kurangnya lah memenangi stage lah untuk peringkat yang ke-6 ni.
Baik, itu yang kita harapkan. Baik, seketika kita nak kongsikan, ini yang termenarik. Simon Pilo ni kita nak dengar apa katanya, dan selepas kembali nanti saya ada satu cerita yang mungkin boleh dikongsikan oleh adik. Jadi seketika, Simon Pilo.
Simon, you like to travel the world. How does it feel to have such early stage, because you have to catch a flight later on to go to Borneo Island?
Yeah, really. The wake up was not so easy. I mean, the legs were pretty heavy this morning, and the first coffee was pretty tasty. But I'm really excited to cross the sea and then to arrive in Borneo and to discover a new place in the world. Because, as you said, I visit many places, and that's something new for me.
You did a nice breakaway yesterday. Is there space today for a breakaway, or is there time for a breakaway?
I hope not. We will try to control the race and to go for Arvid again. And tomorrow we also have a 200k stage. So I hope today we can have a bit more easy day. Yeah.
When a sprinter like Arvid has started winning, is the confidence a major factor for beating the others?
Yeah, now he's flying. In his head he's flying. And then it's up to us also to control the race, because when the sprinters start winning like him, then the team have also more responsibilities, and this responsibility will be mine to take, and we see if we can bring everybody back together in the last kilometer.
Merci.
Thank you.
Baik, Simon Pilo. Jadi masih lagi akan bekerja untuk Arvid Decline. Itu objektif pasukan mereka. Mungkin ringkas, kita lihat bagaimana kerjasama Tudo cukup baik untuk membawa Arvid Decline.
Betul. Kalau kita lihat memang macam Simon boleh cakap tadi, dia akan kontrol perlombaan pada hari ini, tapi kemungkinan apa-apa akan terjadi untuk stage yang ke-6 ni.
Baik, itu yang kita jangkakan. Jadi sebalik Simon Pilo, kemungkinan dia sekarang berminat untuk beraksi di pentas Asia saja. Ceritanya kita kongsi selepas perlombaan. Namun sekarang ini tempoh masa adalah perlombaan sejauh 123.4 km. Perlombaan laju dijangka dengan 3 zon pecutan. Jadi terus kita saksikan bersama dengan Syafiq dan juga adik selepas ini.
Alright. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the 28th edition of PETRONAS Litua di Langkawi 2024. Yesterday was stage 5 from KLCC to Malacca. We had an amazing crowd at Kuala Lumpur yesterday at the flag off. But judging from today, in stage 6, looks like the Batu Pahat crowd is very lively. You know, early start today, 8:30 a.m. flag off. Yesterday has been an interesting, fast and hard stage. So today is going to be a flatter stage, a little bit of a rest for these riders. Today's stage will take them from Batu Pahat to Kulai. Looks like almost a pen, like I would say flat stage. There's a bit of a rollers towards the end of the stage.
Yep.
Yeah. Danny, what's interesting here, and what's the fact that cyclists need to know that's available in Batu Pahat?
Well, first of all, Batu Pahat, say hello to Eugene Ko. He's actually Shimano. He's one of the director at Shimano. He's from Batu Pahat, and Batu Pahat actually has a factory in a Shimano factory in Batu Pahat.
There you go.
There you go. I know a lot of the riders are using Shimano parts. So shout out.
We both use Shimano parts.
yes. Very good and reliable and affordable.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely. So we are fortunate to visit the hometown of Eugene Ko. Big shout out to the man Eugene Ko.
Yeah. Shimano's factory. It's quite a big factory here in Malaysia, in Batu Pahat. Yeah.
Yep. So, but today's back to the racing part. I'm not sure it's going to be an easy one for the rider because it is shorter, 123K. But the points classification is hotly contested.
You're absolutely right.
Between Alvin Decline and also Matteo Malucelli. So that's only 1 point separating them.
Yep.
And with the first intermediate sprint, there are 3 intermediate sprints today. We're going to look at the race map a little bit later.
Yep.
But the first one starts off at kilometer 21.
Yep.
And there's another one at 35, and third and the last intermediate sprint at 80. So because every intermediate sprint, there's going to be time bonuses and as well as points. And the guys, the sprinters, probably not so much contesting for the time bonus, but for the points bonus.
That's right. So you're looking at 3 points, maximum points for each sprint classification.
Yep. Exactly.
Each intermediate sprint. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. So everything's on the line for to fight for the orange jersey. Even though the KOM jersey seems like sold up by the Bogos BH rider, Mario Apricio.
Yep.
Yesterday we see him took a couple KOM points and consolidated his win on that jersey because there's only one mountain left, 1 KOM points left, so not enough for the race leader, Max Pohl, to take the KOM jersey. But Max also yesterday was on the race leader was on the aggression in the breakaway.
That's
and taking away a couple intermediate sprints and extending his overall lead.
I think pretty much he took all the sprint
classification. There was no contesting there.
That's right, because he was in the breakaway. And
with
then
Timo Pilo and Stefan de Bon. Yeah, absolutely. So. And so that was interesting to see. The race leader on the aggression extending his lead, and the second GC is still Ukyo rider. Here we have a preview of today's start. Batu Pahat.
Batu Pahat to Kulai, 123, 1 to 3.4 kilometers. There you go. First sprint points in kilometer 21 at Senggarang, and then from there, second intermediate sprints at Rengit at kilometer 35.4, and then they travel for the south to Johor, which is for third intermediate sprint at Bukit Batu at kilometer 80.3, and then before they finish off the race in the town of Kulai.
Yep.
So, yep, you can see that's the course profile. Pretty lumpy towards the end. About close to 50, just over 50 meters of climbing. So we're looking at probably close to 1,000 as well, elevation, 800 meters,
up and down. You know, sometimes it doesn't have a big hill. It's very deceptive, so you're thinking there's no real climb.
Yep.
But it's very lumpy. We know in Johor area there's a lot of rollers, what we call, right? So you add up all that vertical gain. You probably get close to 1,000 meter of vertical gain. So yeah, it seems like flat, but getting close to the end, it can get pretty fast and pretty furious, and which I'm sure we will see some hot action. Talk about heat. Today start earlier, 8:30, so the temperature is not so high. We find out from our friends at the race, Simon Carr was having trouble. The reason he finished outside time limit on the stage 4 was because he actually was having heat stroke at the beginning of the climb. So that just shows you the intensity of the weather heat here in Southeast Asia, tropical jungles here. But yeah, we hope him very best, and obviously came here to win, trying to defend his jersey. But he did fought honorably, and but unfortunately the weather got the best out of it.
Hashtag beat the heat.
Beat the heat, yeah, absolutely. So, but the rider here, we're still looking at, they are ready for the heat, for the battle ahead. And you see the white jersey leader, we're gonna say his name quite a bit, Manabu Ishibashi.
Yeah.
And he has a significant over 2-minute lead over his teammate Yuma Koishi. So he should have that jersey sold up unless any mishap. But I think Yuma Koishi is ready to take his place if anything does happen to him. But I don't think there's any major contest there. But the overall jersey, the lead is 15 seconds. You know, not massive.
Yeah, not massive. Yeah, anything can happen today. You know, you never know if suddenly the Ukyo wanted to go on a breakaway or something, you know, but I doubt it because they would want to work for Matteo Malucelli, right?
Yeah, yesterday, talking about Malucelli, he was so close. You know, he launched the attack. He launched the sprint just, he said in an interview, just about maybe a split second of too late.
He second guessed the sprint.
Yeah. And so, but Alvin Decline, the little gorilla certainly had the speed and to carry on across the finish line. But you did see Malucelli coming from behind at a slightly faster pace. So everybody fought for the stage, the prestige stage of Malacca. So many different countries trying to occupy, but it was yesterday was Alvin Decline triumph and conquering Malacca stage, and that was the first back-to-back. So he's the only sprinter so far in this race that has 2 victories to his name.
That's right.
And
I mean, there's no doubting it, Danny, because like ever since stage 1, we see some we know that they are the more dominant sprinting. Like over the other sprinters, like we talk, like, you know, there's DSM or like even Ukyo, they have the more dominant, they have the strongest lead-out train. And I assume probably that first 2 days didn't work out quite well. That maybe they're just still sort of trying to figure out how to do this race in Later Langkawi, and also trying to understand probably how these other sprinters, maybe potentially, for example, like Matteo Malucelli, this is his first time in Later Langkawi, and probably that's Alvin Decline's first time racing against Matteo Malucelli as well, right?
True.
So
possible.
they're still trying to figure out. There's some mishaps, obviously. Alvin Decline didn't get a stage win in the first stage in Langkawi. He was close in stage 2. He got stage 2, he got 3rd place. And then obviously stage 3 was a mountaintop finish. It's not a sprint stage. And then after that, stage 4 and stage 5, it's just back-to-back wins. Right?
So and Sarissa got 3rd. So Sarissa from Team Astana. He has been the leader on the stage 1. He was the fastest sprinter and the overall leader jersey. So he started off with a bang, but last few stages he hasn't able to finish it off. But it wasn't close. You know, he's on the podium, and he's also 3rd in the points classification. I know his team had some bad luck with the penalties, and because his rider, the GC rider, Harold Martin Lopez, was second in the GC, just about 5-6 seconds behind Max Pole, but got a 20-second penalty. Some may contest if that was too harsh, but this is racing. The Commissar decided to give him a penalty of 20 seconds and certainly drop down. Although that did open up the race to become more interesting, because now Astana hasn't able to keep the leader jersey, and so they got into the aggression yesterday. They did trying to launch their Martin Harrow into the attack. But obviously he was too dangerous, even though just being 20 seconds down, but it was too dangerous, so there was a lot of chasing activity behind. So, well, that makes racing exciting, and we're certainly looking forward to another exciting, most likely a sprint finish, but the lumpy, judging from the lumpy end,
someone could actually attack,
that could be launch and attack.
I'm assuming probably EF's going to go again.
There you go. I was just going to mention.
He's going to go again. They haven't been very successful. Like I said earlier in the earlier stages, like they don't want to come in empty-handed. They're big teams. They're a well-known team. They're the Tour de France team, right? Even Stefan de Bort and Sean Quinn was a Tour de France rider. Like obviously they want to come up to a 2-point pro race, at least with something. I mean, most combative, obviously they've got most combative two stages in a row, but then for a World Tour team, that's not what you should be aiming for. You should at least like a stage win, right?
Yes, absolutely. And we saw yesterday earlier, Stefan de Bort was on, did a lot of attacking, and he got the most competitive, and then near the end, Sean Quinn, Captain America, gave a good cracker, and I think it was 3-4K to go, and he really launched maybe 5K. So launched a attack and trying to stay ahead all the way to the finish.
That's right.
And it was real in eventually, but certainly, they have said in the interview they were a little bit disappointed, and so he certainly was. I'm certain they will try again today. They still have three more chances. So nothing is over until it is crossing the final finish line.
So we're about to head the 0 kilometer here. They just did a 5.3 kilometer neutral zone, and then just under the banner, it's almost 0 kilometers. And
what do you think? Attack going to start right away?
Oh, for sure. That's been the theme. I mean, that's every race, right? We talked about earlier. There's a few different motivations for why people won't want to go a breakaway. For example, a lot of these smaller teams, it could be more for like making themselves present, making themselves visible in the eyes of these bigger teams. You see, like a lot of these smaller teams also show up to these bigger races, not just obviously. In many cases, they're not really aiming to win, right? There's just sometimes the level of the how do I say, competitiveness is slightly different, but more just to see that they actually belong to these so-called bigger boys, I suppose. And then obviously another thing would be if you would have. If you're not going to win in the bunch sprint, obviously you go into the breakaway. And also what I thought Tudor did pretty well yesterday was like they sent one guy up the road so that they don't have to do the bulk of the work to bring the whole peloton back to the finishing line, which I thought was pretty genius. Although I believe initially the plan was to get Simon Pahat in the breakaway and win in the breakaway. But then obviously they have a super good sprinter getting ready for the sprint. So whenever the other teams sort of looking at Tudor, you have to pull to get to the sprint, they can always use the argument that I've got a rider in the breakaway, I've got Simon Pahat in the breakaway, I'm not going to do the work, right? So we're approaching 0 kilometer here, and let's see if our prediction is correct. People's going to go in the breakaway. There you go. 0 kilometer, and the race is on from Batu Pahat to Kulai.
And the race director car needs to get out of the way. Well, it looked like it was a false start.
A false start. There you go.
And I'm hoping to see more action from the Filipino rider Lavara. I mean, I certainly enjoy his attacking on stage too. So he had a good kick and aggressive kind of rider. So it's always good to see the rider from the smaller team are on the aggression, because that makes the racing more interesting. And here we go. Let's see if action starts right away already.
Straight away.
From Nusantara,
Nusantara.
in our Indonesian continental team, Nusantara. And followed by, look like Philippine. There you go. And let's see if that's Navarro or his teammate.
Yeah, Navarro for Francisco. These two have been very aggressive for the past couple of stages.
Yep. Yeah, Francisco as well. Yeah, so yeah, Francisco also very entertaining to watch. Let's see who is going to be the brave man today.
And as well as we can see, like it's very early in the race.
Trengano team also following the.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe. I'm betting Ayman Rossi or potentially.
Ayman Zarif. That looks like Ayman Zarif.
That looks like Ayman Zarif.
Yeah, a little taller, thinner figure.
Looks like Rembao.
Yeah.
Rembao is out the win today.
Okay. All right, from the Malaysian national.
Yeah, Malaysian national team. Sen Rembao looks like he's out of the win today.
Yeah.
You know, trying to turn his fate a little bit. Trying to turn his fate the other way around. You know?
Yeah.
Just trying to be more aggressive, be more present, trying to dictate more, trying to dictate the race a little bit more, compared to just become more reactive.
Yeah, yeah. He had a big goal coming to the race and trying to be high, trying to contest for the white jersey on the climbing stage, and I think Cameron Highlands isn't particularly suited for him. It was a high-speed power climb instead of a steeper kind of climb, so he's trying today.
Looks like Francisco.
Here we go.
Anton Charming just came off his wheel.
Okay, from the Team Astana.
Yep.
We know that they're going to be on the aggression because that's the best way.
Yeah.
Best defense is good offense. So they're on the offensive, and but the Peloton is very tentative. I mean, they are very reactive to the breakaway attempt. There's a lot of passenger in the breakaway, so that maybe it's just the initial blow trying to soften up the Peloton right now, and see some riders in leading and a little bit struggling already on the back, and Badiani CSF on the aggression. Because they haven't, I mean, they've been close, but they haven't walked away with a victory either.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. So they only had like I think Lorenzo Conforti in the first stage, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lorenzo Conforti in first stage, only third place. Other than that, you know, hasn't been quite dominant in the race.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Obviously, they want to make sure they got away with something with remaining 3 stages left.
Here we go again. Astana is not happy with the pace, and they are driving it on the front, followed by Tudor. So it's interesting, yeah. If interested to see if Tudor again decide to set a rider in the breakaway, and to see whether or not that that strategy worked well for them. Yesterday, when you have a rider in the breakaway, you didn't have to do too much work.
Yep.
Until the breakaway is caught, then the lead-out train came to the front and did a perfect lead-out for the little gorilla of a decline. And as you see, the Peloton is quite strung out. I mean, that shows you the pace of the racing is probably in excess of 48, close to even 50k an hour.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. For those who are interested in, again, the Strava, KOM. Yesterday I had a look at a Bukit Hantu.
Oh, they did.
That's a popular climb. For the local.
So Bukit Hantu, who got it yesterday?
Well, it was Max Poole.
It was
Max Poole, and the average mortal, I mean, climbing at about 10 minutes plus.
Yep.
And Max did it about 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So that was pretty fast.
What, did you see the average speed?
Here we go. Let me take a look and show that to you in just a minute.
Max 7 minutes. My best was 13 minutes, almost double the time.
Really? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So I'm slightly better, but yeah, he did it 7 minutes and 15 seconds. And if you want to know what his power of that climb, just get ready to sit down.
Okay.
449 watts.
What?
So he did it 7 minutes, 15 seconds. So he did almost 450 watts with a maximum power of 947.
Oof.
And his vertical ascent speed, so VAM.
Yep.
Typical, even for Grand Tour, they're climbing around. If you do it about 1,600 meters, you consider pretty fast.
Okay.
He did it in ready to hear the number? 2,267
That's fast.
meter. So he's going up for every
minute
vertical, and he's climbing 2,267 meters for every minute. So yeah, so he did it in 7 minutes. So that's probably going to be the KOM for some time.
Yeah. What's the speed?
His speed is 26.7 kilometer an hour. Yeah. So
never seen 2 whenever I'm climbing that hill.
So there you go. And he did it with a pretty high cadence, right? Average of 97, and
well, that's pretty high.
Pretty high cadence.
Pretty high.
So there you go. Just some stats for you.
Yeah.
And so if you ever
just to put things in perspective, right? Like we're nowhere near there.
Yeah. So but you're welcome to go out there.
Yeah.
Book a Hantu and try to take that KOM from Max Pope.
All right.
And back to the front of the race.
So we'll see. Just now, let's see like a rider from
TSG.
Like, Terengganu rider.
Zarif,
Ayman Zarif. Finally, he hasn't been very active for the last few stages. He was actually former King of the Mountain classification. 2000. Two times.
One time with team Sapura back then, the current MPC, and also with Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah.
So he did.
Definitely a contender for a tour of Langkawi. But yes, today finally he's doing some work in the front. So we got in front here a rider from EF Education, Easy Post, and then rider behind him, judging from whatever he's wearing now. Looks like Jude Francisco. I recognize him from that white Bond shoes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, just trying to find features that I can recognize riders.
Wow.
And obviously
Good
look
eye.
much way in the back here.
Yeah.
From
Good
his sort of like a hair bun in the back there.
Here we go, Francisco. Very aggressive. I talk about entertaining rider to watch, and he is on the front. So shout out to our Filipino viewers. We know we have a lot of you guys on the YouTube channel. Thank you for watching and cheering up your national rider. And Ayman Zarif is still on the front, together with Badiani, and trying to get a number on him. Look like 64, 44, 64.
64 is rider Pinazi.
Yeah, okay.
There
we go.
He was contesting for the sprint yesterday.
Yeah, there you go.
But today he's on a breakaway.
Yep, that's a rider with multiple talent, but the Peloton is not letting these guys go because, I think I'm with the first intermediate sprint coming up in just 21K from the start. So that's probably the reason, because there's a chance to get the first intermediate sprint. So that may stay active until we pass the first intermediate sprint, because Evan Decline, who's only leading by 1 point, want to probably extend that lead just to have a buffer in case of today's finish did not end up in his favor. Yeah,
that's true.
So
I think the main contenders for today's particular stage, considering is nothing too steep. So I'm assuming it's more for the battle for the points classification or sprints classification to see who gets the better of the other person. Because considering the only points different is only 1 point, right? And Abdul Kulai will wanna get those jersey, considering it's only 1 point, and he's the defending wearer of KBS orange jersey. Matteo Malicelli has been holding on to that jersey for a long time, and he has a shot at it, and obviously he's not going to let it go to Abdul Klein.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's game on. I mean, this is a battle for the orange for now. That's what we believe it's going to come down to. Although breakaway rider may succeed again, may succeed for maybe this year. They have been close, so close. Stage 4.
Yeah,
it was so
absolutely.
close, and literally the 3 breakaway rider was caught. 4 breakaway rider was caught.
It was close yesterday. It was close the day before.
So it was. So it's possible that today there may be a breakaway opportunity, especially with a lumpy finish near the end to Kulai. So It is possible, but we certainly hope maybe we'll get another different winner. There we go. Ayman Zarif on the aggression again.
Yeah, on this slightly uphill section, followed by Jude Francisco and another rider from EF Education Easy Post. But as we can see in the peloton, they're not sitting still, chasing when the breakaway attempt happened.
Yeah, it's really immediately a reaction from the peloton, and again, Tudor rider on the front. So I think they really do want to contest for that first intermediate sprint.
Yeah.
But let's see. Now there is a gap opening. So that is that may be the peloton does decide to sit up. But let's see if the front of the peloton, if the Tudor team is chasing or not.
Alright, this is just the back of the peloton now. We can see Mario Apricio just up there, just cruising at the back here, you know, pretty much job done.
Yeah.
And pretty much sealed the polka dot jersey.
Yeah, once again, the breakaway getting brought back. I think this is, you know, they're not going to get away until they pass the first intermediate sprint. Although Thai rider and Los Francisco have a different idea. They still want to go.
Yeah.
Leading. Now we see a rider from Leading Star want to join in, and look like the peloton now. No, it's not done yet. ARA Skip Capital, yeah, they have been pretty quiet in the race too, except the beginning. Obviously, we had
Tyler
Tompkinson.
Gave it a bit of a crack, but obviously he was out of time limit. Stage 4.
Probably suffering the heat from a little bit.
Probably as well.
Yeah. Here's the Leading Star rider decide to take a flyer, and they have been fairly quiet with the exception of Luke getting the break earlier stages.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
I'm wondering if the peloton is going to let him go.
Yeah,
because
stage 2 when he did that late attack, which Amiro Fakure Maruzuki sort of stuck behind him towards the end of the stage.
Yeah. So very active at the front. There you go. Peloton decided to chase again because
I think you're right. And they're really going for that first intermediate sprint.
Yeah, I think so. It's because they can get through the first intermediate sprints, and then they probably let the depending on the outcome. Depending on the outcome in the first intermediate sprint, they may finally let the breakaway go. But you know, it is. I have seen it. They you know, based on the result of the first intermediate sprint, and the second intermediate sprint is not that far off, right? It's 35k.
Yeah.
So
just about 14k away.
Yeah. Although.
There you go, Afiq Husni. The younger brother of the Malay commentator.
For national team.
Yeah, for national team. Afiq Husni from national team.
Yeah, he was pretty active on day 1, and then got a bit of got a puncture. Suffered unfortunate puncture in the breakaway, so had to drop back. So maybe he's out for a second attempt. Uskadi rider.
There you go. On the front here, as we can see on the screen, is Afiq Husni Othman from Malaysian national cycling team. And go, Astana. Give it a good whack out here up this uphill section.
Nice and a nice smooth surface. You know, you can see on the screen that the road surface is very good. That just tells you that's going to be fast racing.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I mean, if they could do the stage 4 with that gap climb at the start of the race, averaging 45k an hour, what are the chances that these are going to be about the same? More likely it's going to be 46, 47, 46k an hour, 47 probably.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, I have sit in a team car before, you know, driving behind the peloton, and on a really aggressive day, and you look down after 2 hours of racing, and 98 kilometers has covered. I mean, that's something that we haven't seen it before. Oh, here we go. The Malaysian national champion, Ameru Mazuki.
That's right, here he is.
From Terengganu TSG team. And he's on the front. They are on the aggression today. Ayman Zarif did multiple attack at the beginning, and now the Malaysian national champion, Ameru Mazuki, a very talented rider, all-rounder. He is pushing the pace. But again, Peloton is not letting anyone go just yet. and nobody
Yeah, I'm
is able
assuming
to.
if anything, he would go after the first sprint, and
Yeah.
then potentially lasting all the way till the third sprint, and then potentially also, potentially also another. They were trying to bring it back in and then attack again as the lucky section happens.
And here we go again, Ayman, and here we go, I think that's Francisco.
Yep, Francisco.
Together with Ayman Zarif from TSG. That is on the, is that Ayman Zarif again? Wow. We're trying to see the numbers, trying to confirm the names, but looks like from the way they're riding, super aggressive from the gun, and it's something that's good to see on a so-called quote-unquote boring stages. There you go. Yeah,
Yes, it
Ayman
is.
Zarif on the front. You know, he's and together with the
Yusri Shari from Malaysian National Cycling Team.
there you go, and 3 rider, 1 Filipino, 2 Malaysian are on the aggression, and look like they have a pretty good gap, but the Peloton is chasing. We're seeing the Iceland rider on the back, just trying to keep up with the Peloton. The Hong Kong team has been very, well, they probably just have 1 or 2 riders.
Yeah, that's true.
They have not been very active, but right now they probably, the rider remaining is probably on the surviving mode.
Yep.
Just trying to get to the finish of the race. So, you know, different. You know, I know Hong Kong did produce some very good cyclists before.
Yep.
Now it's possible they brought young riders in and just give them opportunity to expose them.
Yeah,
right?
that's
We
right.
talk about yesterday, for the young rider to improve, they need to be exposed to the high level racing.
Exactly.
And you may not finish. You may suffer like a dog.
Yeah.
But that's how you improve, right?
That's true.
You if you don't do it, you don't suffer, go through the suffering, you don't know what a level of training that you would need to do to come back
100%.
next time. So you may think you're fit, but until you get the punch in the face, then you know that there's still more work
Until
to
you
do.
get dropped in this case.
Until
you get dropped out of the race.
Yep.
Yeah, then you know.
So-
that is exactly true. You know,
Yep.
it's probably just like a progression thing.
Yeah,
right?
it is, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, even talking to Runball, so he's, you know, he obviously did well in 12 Thailand, which is a 2.1 race. He finished number 10, and
That's
then
right.
12 Egan, number 11. So he's, that's only 2 UCI races he's done. So both cases, he was finishing near top 10, or 1 top 10 and the 1 11. So, but he come here to this race and he said, wow, this is much faster.
Yeah.
It's a different level. The riders are a different level. Obviously, when you have, you know, pro team or world tour rider pulling on the front and driving it. Oh
wow.
Aparicio.
Aparicio.
Not
He's
done
off the
yet.
road.
So he is on
I
the
guess,
aggression.
yeah, might as well race. You know, we're still
Yeah.
in the race, so let's
Yeah.
race.
Yeah, and he don't have to worry about the KOM jersey. He might as well just go and just
Yeah,
go.
I got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah, might as
Yeah.
well just put on a hard race. You know,
Put on a hard race,
Make,
yeah.
make full use of the time here in Langkawi.
Yeah. But I can see from from earlier, you know, on the podium, when he goes on the podium, take the KOM jersey, you can see, you know, he was not all smiling. He was pretty
Okay.
serious face. So maybe he
Yeah.
came here with the intention of finish high on the GC.
Yeah.
Maybe even contest for the overall win.
Or maybe even just another a stage win.
Yeah, exactly. So he definitely, you know, this is a rider with ambition.
Yeah.
He's not about to sit in and say, hey, I already got done my job. I already
Yeah.
got the KOM jersey.
That's right.
And he still won a stage win. So he is always aggressive. But right now, a small gap, a big group established. But I think there will be too many passengers. I'm seeing 3 Tudor rider.
Yeah.
So. That may maybe either trying to either Alvin the client is here, or if he's not here, they're just trying to send their teammate to take away the intermediate points, right?
Okay.
If you take away all the intermediate sprint, there's no way for Marcelli to trying to get the additional points in the intermediate sprint
that's
to jump
pretty
ahead
smart as well, right? You
So
know,
if
at
you
least
cannot
someone
do
else
it-
is getting it,
Exactly.
rather than one of his like a close I would say competitor,
right?
yeah.
To take that. So look like they are driving, but the pace sort of slowed down a little bit.
Wow, look at that road surface.
Yeah, it's like a brand new pave.
Yeah, brand new pave.
Smooth as silk.
Yeah. Oh man, like yes, it's just nice riding on that smoothly paved tarmac. Like the super newly paved feels a little bit heavy, but this one looks like it has sort of like worn in.
Yeah.
That's like perfect.
Yeah.
Well, imagine taking corner on this pavement. That's amazing.
Yeah, we see Harold Martin Lopez on the front, and he's a small figure, but pushing up.
I pity the rider behind him. Looks like he's doing a double pull.
He's a rider that did really well on the Cameron Highland stage. Got a little bit unlucky or unfair treatment, but was judgmental. But it's racing. Kamisa is if you have a strict Kamisa, he is implying the same strictness to everybody. So that's considered fair. Can't fall for that. But although it is a bit of bad luck for dropping down.
There's a crash. There's a crash.
No. Looked like the Iceland rider
I wonder
on
what
the
happened.
side of the road. Most likely a touch of wheels and then went off the road. Yeah.
Hopefully nothing serious to that rider. Iceland and also
Farmer.
Farmer.
Oh no,
He's on the ground.
Farmer rider looked like he's in a bit of hurt. He's holding his rib. He's asking the rider not to touch, the staff not to touch him. And
that's no good.
That is not good. Here's Nusatara rider trying to launch the sprint because we're only 2K, 2.8.
Not far off from the first intermediate sprint point. Maybe Syriza's going for it.
Well, he's not winning the final sprint. He might as well try to collect some more points along the way in order to narrow the gap, right? Narrow the gap for the points classification.
All right, so they're heading to this small town of Sanggara. It looks like someone welcoming us in the live chat. Welcome to Sanggara. Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning into the live. We're heading not far. Few kilometers left until the first sprint. We got looks like some Ukyo rider as well. Looks like Thomas Basenti is there.
Lineup.
Matteo Malacelli is actually moving up as well.
Okay,
as you can see on the right side of the screen. On the outside of the peloton. Right side of the peloton. He's moving up. Got his teammate to actually bring him up.
That looks like
he's definitely contesting for the sprint. Trying to get more points to distance the gap between him and Avde Klein.
Well, he needs to win the sprint, and then he will equal the point. If he gets first and Avde Klein gets second, then they will equal on points.
That's right.
And then the battle will be raging on to the finish. But Ceresa also want to be a part of the sprint because he is third on the point standing. But if he takes some intermediate points and close the gap, and he wins the final sprint, then there's still a chance for him to contest for the hotly desired orange sprint jersey. And I see Ayman Rosli moving up to close to the front as well. Interesting to see. He's an aggressive rider on the first day, and he took the white jersey, the best Asian classification. So he may want to be part of the sprinting also. We'll see. We're getting really close. We should be getting close to approaching the 1K mark for the first intermediate sprint. And let's see. There you go.
Town of Sanggara.
And see who is gonna try to take that.
500 meters to go.
So here we go.
Tudor is going out. On the inside, this is very heavily contested intermediate sprint. Here we see the Astana on the left side of the screen. Tudor pulling off the first rider. 100 meters to go for the first intermediate sprint. It almost looks like a finishing sprint here between big sprinters.
And
riders from Ukyo as well. Polti Kometa's rider also in front there. It's quite a narrow road. Looks like got by Polti Kometa. Looks like Peñalve.
Peñalve got first, and it should be look like Avde Klein got second with an Ukyo rider, but it's not the it's not their Malucelli. It's not the orange jersey holder. So that's interesting. No, that's not so that's not Avde Klein, the rider who took the second in the sprint. So they decided to send their domestic to wipe up the points. So that's interesting. So sometimes where you have a leading sprinter, you don't want to waste your energy for the intermediate sprint, so they decide to send your lieutenant, so-called, to fire the shots. And look like immediately counterattack happening with Bogos BH.
Yeah. So normally, for those like riders that are not interested in the sprint, normally if they're interested in trying to get at the breakaway, normally uses that momentum.
Here's
there you
the
go.
replay.
Replay of the sprint. Polti Kometa. Looks like Manuel Peñalver, judging from how his stature is. Looks like an all-out sprint. It's definitely not Arvid Decline.
A little too skinny to be Arvid Decline.
Too skinny and a little bit taller as well.
And the Ukyo rider is not Marcelli because he's wearing white jersey, team jersey, so he's not.
So exactly what you were mentioning before, sending their so-called lieutenant or sending his teammates to wipe out all the points from the main contender. So there you go.
Yep, Peneve. Good call.
Yeah,
taking the maximal, and Rick
Plumes from Trudeau and Pesenti.
Thomas Pesenti take the 1 point. There you go.
So bonus 1 second for Pesenti. 1 second. So that closes gap instead of 15 seconds, 14 seconds to Max Bull.
That's right.
We briefly saw as well. Max Bull was actually just behind them.
He
probably realized Pesenti was going.
Yeah. That was a good little move.
Yeah.
But 1 second gap. He closed the gap by 1 second. Nothing to panic about. So, but just to see the intention of the rider that Pesenti is not giving up yet on the fight for the green jersey. Just to show you, right? Looks like a flat stage sprint bunch finish, but the races we're very active. Races are happening right now, so it is possible that the guys are going to be, nobody's going to be able to get away because the so-called bigger boys are still fighting for the intermediate sprint, fighting for the time bonuses. So race is very active. Here's a small group trying to go away.
Still, we've done about 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers now. There's still no breakaway established, but judging from here, now for the first time in today's stage, EF is going. So that's.
Is it Stefan de Bon again? That would be interesting. Because we know Simon Carr is out.
Yeah, looks like Stefan de Bon.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's a North Wave shoes. I don't know why I'm being paid particular
You have a fetish for cycling shoes. You can tell what they are from a mile away.
Yeah. That's a North Wave shoes. Yeah. That's a little bit of a black strip in that middle there, that top boa.
So if I want to hide from you in the race, I better wear shoe covers. so you can't tell what shoes I'm wearing. There you go. Good eye. So
Badiani rider.
Two Badiani rider.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. That would certainly help chance of survival. So two strong riders, three, two Badiani and possibly Stefan de Bon out in the front again. It looks like it's him. And meanwhile, rider on the Peloton are not far off, so they see there's any reaction, but it seems like they're lining across the road, a bit of a slower pace possible.
Probably one or two rider just behind this breakaway. View blocked by the breakaway rider. Looks like one or two riders trying to bridge across the breakaway. There, you can see.
White jersey and Koratak.
Koratak,
and one white jersey that
looks
could
like a Philippine rider. Yeah, maybe Francisco again.
Yeah, that would be good. To see him again. Super active. Super aggressive. And here's a look of the kilometer 35, the second sprint.
In Rengit, Batu Pahat, Johor. So today's stage. Yesterday was KL to Malacca, and then after that they had to take they had to do a transfer from Malacca to Batu Pahat before the start of today's stage. So they finished off in Malacca, and then they have to travel about an hour and a half to Johor. So Johor is basically the most southern state of Peninsular Malaysia. Right, and I would almost say the southernmost of the bigger Asian island. Right. So they're next to they are often Johor is like a weekend cycling escape for the Singaporeans, as I was told. Yeah.
Right. I've done that when I stayed in Singapore We go out early in the morning, right across the border with your passport, and then go out to Kulai. That's where today's finish. And it's sort of like a Kulai loop, what they call. And because really the cycling in Singapore is very much restricted by the traffic and limited terrain, I would say. Although maybe I get some negative comment, argument from there by the Singaporean, but it is a popular destination for them to ride out, to go to Kulai and enjoy some open roads and a little bit less traffic, less traffic light, for example.
Sounds right. Stefan de Bont.
Stefan de Bont, there you go. The most aggressive riders, and this is where again we mentioned about yesterday. Top professional rider can go on attack again day after day, and that's what their job is, and they know they're capable of going on attack. And look like they should have established a gap pretty soon. Number 93, number 3, 62, and 65 from Bandiani. 2 Bandiani rider, 62 and 65. That is
62 Davide Gaburo, and also
Victor Delaporte.
Yeah.
Victor Delaporte. And we have Stefan de Bont, we said earlier. And let's see, who is the core attack rider? Yeah, the core attack rider is number 90. I think it was 90.
I can see it again here.
Yeah, here's on the screen
62.
again. We just get the number.
65
I think it was 93. Okay, here.
So 93 is Valentin Dabele.
Okay. Valentin Dabele. Yeah, he's supposed to be a good GC contender too. So let's see how far he's off on the GC. So potentially, if there's any effect on the general classification standing, sometimes we see a virtual leader on the road.
Yeah. So it looks like this is the breakaway.
Yeah, looks like finally established, but it's only 8 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So it's not because the second intermediate sprint is fairly soon. It means 35 is only 35k into the race. So with 88k to go, and that's where it's going to be the second intermediate sprint. So, but right now, obviously, the sprinter team should be happy that this 4 rider is going to swap up all the intermediate points. So nobody's going to gain, nobody going to lose. So it's kind of like a moving chessboard.
Yeah.
That I don't lose, I don't gain.
Yeah.
And so we save our powder, so-called, to the end for the final fight out.
Okay.
And so that's possible. But on the front of the Peloton,
looks like pretty active.
Yeah, still active, right? There's not complete. It's not like set up and riders start going to the back of the car for feeding or natural call.
Yeah, we can briefly see from the live feed here the riders in front. Obviously, the gap is not super big.
Only 8 seconds, right?
Yeah, only 8 seconds.
Dangling. It's like the bait is dangling in front of the shark.
Yeah, that's right.
Right now. So here's the front of the group is controlled by Astana, Harold Lopez, Martin Lopez. So since he is out of the GC contention, and he is back onto the front and working together, I can see
Manabu Ishibashi just behind the two-door rider.
Yeah, and that two-door rider, you can see the number. So the faces Confarmer is also on the front. Let's hope the Confarmer rider get back to the crew involved in the crash earlier.
Hopefully nothing serious. He was on the ground. It's it's not a good sign always.
Yeah. Now the gap slowly creeping up to 16 seconds.
Yep. Looks like the Peloton is letting the brake go away.
Yeah, that should be the establishment of the brake.
You can see on the screen, these are the riders: Stefan de Bont from EF Education, Gaburo and Tarozzi from Bardiani, and Valentin Dabele from Corratec Vini Fantini.
Yep.
Alright, ketika ini kita berada di kilometer ke-37 di mana baru sahaja melepasi kawasan ataupun pecutan pertama dan pelumba-pelumba akan lalu di sini tidak lama lagi dan kelihatan ramai orang di sebelah kanan saya datang memberikan orang kata sorokan dan juga sokongan untuk pelumba-pelumba yang terlibat kali ini. Akak nak tanya sikit boleh? Akak nak tanya sikit boleh?
Boleh.
Okey, akak support tim Malaysia hari ni?
Ya.
Okey, dari mana kak?
Rengit je.
Nama akak apa?
Linda.
Linda. Okey, so selalu memang kalau ada LTDL memang akak akan datang sini support?
Ya, memang.
So boleh kongsikan sikit pengalamannya macam mana?
Habislah. Macam gini, aktiviti macam ni best.
Okay. Thank you akak. Okey, Cik daripada mana Cik? Daripada mana?
Saya daripada sini juga kampung Tampuk.
So hari ni keluar seawal pukul berapa nak datang ke sini nak support tim-tim Malaysia ni?
Tadi saya datang pukul 8.30.
8.30? Asyik datang dengan siapa?
Anak.
Alright, terima kasih Cik.
In Adelaide.
Yeah. So Vini Fantini is fine wine.
Interesting.
Core tag, they said it's nutrition, but I think it was on their bicycle. It looks like a bicycle brand. Maybe they have both. So nutrition and bicycle. So maybe we should look it up.
Yeah. So for this year's, we can see on the screen just now briefly this year's edition of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi is now under the wing of Ministry of Youth and Sports and organized by the National Sports Council of Malaysia. So completely new. Before this, the race was pretty much, I would say, like privatized. So I believe the nation Ministry of Youth and Sports saw the importance for the development of the sports and decided to take it under the wing and try to improve what was lacking in the previous edition. So it's a good move by the local government, for Malaysian government, to support this Tour of Langkawi.
Many years, right? For
many years ago, and for hopefully many more years to come.
Okay. Yep.
Gap of 20 seconds from the Peloton with 91.9 kilometers to go. So now, as they're approaching the not far from the second intermediate sprints in the town of Rengit.
Yep. Vini Bariani is which we talk about the core tag, Vini Fantini. So Bariani, I think they believe they produce olive oils, VF Group.
Olive oil.
Yeah, olive oil. Yeah.
It's actually a good how do I say, good oil.
Yeah,
healthy oil.
Yeah. Very popular in Malaysia as well. You can buy, you go to a grocery store, you can buy all kind of Italian, Spanish, or even Greece olive oils.
I've got an Italian neighbor.
Yeah.
So so there's two olive oils that you can get from grocery stores that are legit stuff. Number one is I think it's Momini from Italy. And then the other one is, I forgot, it's a Spanish one. Start with the letter B.
Okay.
I gotta look it up. I use it at home. It's in my kitchen cabinet. I gotta... Anyway, Iman Rossi at the back here. Looks like he's trying to see what's actually happening in front of the race here. You can see he's trying to sit up and see what's actually happening here. Rider number 103. A bit of a stretching on the quads there. You know, you're sitting on the bike for a long time, right? In that sort of hunch over position, it puts a lot of stress in your hip flexors and quads.
Yeah.
So sometimes, you know, after 5 stages of racing, sometimes it just becomes a little bit tight. You got to stretch a little bit.
Yeah, you see the riders do. I mean, it's even though they do this every day, but they are constantly. I mean, they still get stiff legs, and so they need to really stretch it out, and so that is a common practice they do. But the rider on the front obviously doesn't have the luxury of stretching. They need to make sure they keep pedaling in order to keep the gap growing. But it looked like the chase on the main group.
Looks like they're cruising now.
Yeah, it's cruising now. So that's the urgency has gone out.
Yep.
Those are the breakaway finally established for today.
We're seeing a lot of multiple, I think like 2 or 3 EF riders in front there, just to hold the pace off. Obviously, you know, we've seen for the last 2 stages, Stefan de Bot has been actively going on a breakaway and try to win from the breakaway. So I think today is the day that the team, the director sport team, TJ Van Garderen says, okay, we need to control the peloton, get Stefan de Bot in the breakaway, and then make the breakaway win the stage for today.
Yeah. So back to the front of the race, we're seeing the core attack rider 93 working well. All 4 riders working well. Now it's only 1K to the second intermediate sprint. So
yeah,
for the
they
front
are
of the
cruising,
peloton,
hands
so
on the tops.
Yeah, hands on the top, cruising, and it
looks like the rider from ARA Skip Capital is going, followed by our local national rider, Malaysian national rider Senran Bao.
Yeah, look like maybe they do want to. They're not giving up on the breakaway just yet. So that whenever the speed of the peloton slows down too much, here's another attack is being launched.
So here's the look of the second sprint here. They're approaching the second sprint, 100 meters to go. Looks like no one is really contesting for this sprint because no one is actually fighting for the points classification. Judging from what it is, they just roll through right next to the PETRONAS gas station.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks like Badiani is sponsored by PETRONAS because of the color of the
yeah,
jersey as well.
they do look very similar.
To same as Astana as well.
Yep. Yeah. Astana a little bit more blue.
Yeah.
And Badiani is more green. Yeah. I'm trying to get confirm what the VF group and Badiani do, but I'm getting different information from Google and the AI. So I apologize if I have provided different wrong information. I should have done more research ahead of time because every time I check, it seems like I'm getting a different answer. Last time I checked, Badiani said they produce a high quality steel.
Okay.
So that's very different from olive oil, but for my first checking. But anyways, back to the front of the race. The peloton is going through the sprint, and but no more points and no more urgency there, no more contest there. So the first 4 riders have sweep up all the available points there. But I don't think the breakaway rider was targeting for the point. They were just trying to get to the finish and trying to win the stage today.
Exactly. Seeing the gap now about 48 seconds.
Yeah. And the neutral car should be coming up pretty soon. When you have a gap less than 1 minute, and the breakaway rider are serviced by the neutral car, you'll see they were very active getting the riders the nutrition and the drinks. And that's neutral car is supported by Cycle Motion, local bike company, a bike shop company. Then they do a bit of organizing also, event organizing.
They were part of the organizing committee of the amateur racing of LTDL, like domestic LTDL. They do a lot of timing for the local LATEP Malaysia version.
So
they've been very active in the I would say the local amateur grassroots level of racing. They're heavily involved in the grassroots level team.
They have their own development team,
like
and I believe
it's called the Aqua 2 Cycle Motion. There you go. So they're handling the neutral service. So big kudos to them. Seems pretty smooth sailing so far.
Yeah. Rossi take the first on the second intermediate sprint, and but again, there was no real contest there. So Marichelli still leading. So there's no changes there. So he's still leading by 1 point over Elva Decline. So he's still taking keeping the orange jersey. So if Elva Decline feel confident with the final sprint, so he won't be contesting for the intermediate sprint. He's just going to focus on the finishing, and he's confident that he can win the sprint. Then he can take the orange jersey off the shoulder of Marichelli. So there you go. Back to the front of the race, 48 seconds.
Smooth timing, as straight as it can be.
So even with 48 seconds, I think the Peloton are able to see the rider in front, so there's no panic. DSM is also working on the front, and obviously they have. That must be the rider involved in the crash yesterday. Enzo, right? So he obviously finished the stage, and as a professional rider, they need to finish the stage even despite a crash. And then today with the bandage and scarred and wounded, but he's back on the front doing his job.
That's right.
Working for his team, and that's what about professionalism, right?
Yeah.
So you can involve, for the young rider, that you get a crash. I see some of the younger or amateur riders, and he's gonna be off the bike for a week. In professional racing, if you're in the race, you stay able to pedal, and you got to keep going.
Right.
Yeah, it looked like Ceresa having some bike, some kind of mechanical. Yeah, maybe a puncture.
I thought, briefly I thought it was like, Cereta's on domestic duty. Is he not sprinting for today? So apparently he had some mechanical.
Yeah. There we go. Back at the front of the race, 4 riders working well, and Stefan de Bon, obviously still looking for that EF, still looking for that elusive stage win.
Yep.
And obviously the GC contention is out. Simo Pilo, we are looking at Simo Pilo at the back of the peloton right now, just probably getting a feed or getting some kind of new natural break maybe, and just getting back to the peloton. And he was very active in the earlier stages. Either at the front
he was active yesterday. He was pretty much in the breakaway the whole way until they've caught up, and then job's not done for him. He still has to set up for Alva decline. And then the stage previous at stage 4, when they come up trying to finish in Bentong, we could see he was really doing a hard pull to bring back the breakaway with 300-400 meters to go before the finishing line. So he's a workhorse.
Yep. Sacrifice his own chances. But at the front of the peloton, look like Enzo is doing the massive pull. He's a big, tall rider, and that's always helped when you have a strong domestic. And typically, you want some guy, a tall, big guy, and trying to provide as much draft. And typically, the bigger riders do well on the flatter stages because you obviously have you generate more power because you're just from the physical size, and then and the weight isn't so much a factor because you're on the flat roads.
That's right.
So look like Rimbaud is on the front.
Rimbaud is the fifth wheel.
Fifth wheel.
Rimbaud,
it's just following the wheels of the rider in front. And here the peloton, here the breakaway guys. 1 minute now, 1 minute 10 seconds over the peloton. And I think it's likely they're going to be allowed a couple minutes of freedom gap to stay at the front without being chased down. And likely the last 20k, then the peloton will reel them in to trying to set up for a sprint finish. Although we did mention again earlier that the finishing after the third intermediate sprint of the 80 kilometer with the 40k to go, it will be lumpy. So
I think that's a good place to attack and establish another breakaway.
Or if the breakaway just stays away. So that's also possible.
That is also another possibility.
And so they
considering
need to,
considering EF is already in the breakaway. So so if there was, hypothetically speaking, if there was no representative, especially from the EF education, I would assume they would want to bring the breakaway back if there wasn't any of these big teams representing that breakaway, and then launch the attack after that third sprint, considering the route is now a little bit more up and down.
Right. And Podi Kamata on their Aru bike, beautiful bike. And that's a team of Alberto Conador and Ivan Basso. They have been close. So narrowly missed a stage win. So here's the shoe cover there.
It's
a relatively hot day, but that's for aero benefit, right? This is so they call the aero shoe cover. Typically they have the aero socks fabric on the top, on the leg, and then sort of windproof material on the foot to block off block off any wind.
Yeah, those things are fast, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks good too.
It looks good
It
too.
looks fast, right?
It looks fast.
So sometimes when you look fast, and you tend to go fast.
Yeah, you look fast, you feel fast, you go fast.
You go fast, exactly. So now you can see all the riders are racing in their racing suit.
Yeah,
very
it's
rarely
one
you
piece.
see two.
Like how normally, like probably a lot of our viewers are on like normal jerseys. Like they have the jersey and they have the bibs on the two separate pieces. But you see, even like the Malaysian pro cycling team, Terengganu, a lot of them are on like this one-piece aero suit, race suit, right? It's just more cleaner. You see, pretty much everyone on this breakaway is in aero race suit, right? It's a one-piece thing, and then you can see there's very likely any form of creases or flapping, other than obviously the race numbers is flapping. But other than that, nothing is flapping, and that flapping, especially you're trying to minimize drag. It's quite a like, imagine like one wrinkle is 1 watt of loss, right?
Really?
One
watt? Wow.
One wrinkle is 1 watt. I mean, that's what I've heard from the testing that the guys at EF actually did a lot of testing with this company called Aeromine. Something like Swiss site, it's like a consultant, aero consultant. So they say like a lot of these wrinkles, like a lot of bigger teams, like EF, Ineos and stuff, they sometimes bring their own tailor to the races. Whenever they have to wear the classification jersey, right? Sometimes it doesn't fit well. So they had to sew it a little bit and make some alterations on the go.
No, I've seen that, especially when big race like Tour de France, today, and when they take the jersey, let's say you're wearing the leader jersey and you had gone to the time trial stage, right? So the skin suit for the time trial is not made tailored to the rider. So I seen that with Tade and Vinegar as well, and then they go to fitting, and then they generally try the official sponsors skin suit, and then the tailor go and make some modification, additional stitching. Absolutely. I mean in between the stages. So they go, let's say today is stage 12 and tomorrow is the ITT stage. Then before that, they would go and get the tailor will get it overnight fixed up, and so they can try out. So absolutely, every wrinkle is going to make a difference. But this is perfect for racing. But for training, it's obviously not so comfortable. To wear one piece, it's not the most comfortable. Because obviously
it forces you to be in that position, right?
Yes, it does. Right, it does. It's like the MotoGP rider. Their racing suit is sort of bent over and hunched over in a position. So this is not the most comfortable thing to wear. So and also it would be kind of strange, right? You kind of come up on a Sunday morning ride with a group ride, and you are in one-piece racing suit. People, there will be a lot of people eyebrow raised, and people wondering what the hell you're doing here, right? So don't show up on your Sunday ride with a one-piece race suit, unless it's a really fast, fast ride, right?
I remember this. I was watching this. Video. Alex Dowsett's made a lot of YouTube videos, so he was coming up. Obviously, a lot of these fast rides in the UK, they call it chain gang, So they come up to this group rides, and everyone was wearing their most aero and fastest gear. That's the whole idea, right? Right. So they even have like they say like what type of riders that actually show up to this ride. It says that the type of rider that shows up to this ride is the type of rider that actually spray the stuff on their calf so that the aero sticks. Aero sock sticks. It doesn't drop down.
The hairspray. They always these guys spray hairspray. I mean, the older aero socks, was not really good because the fabric, the aero fabric, isn't meant to. That doesn't have a lot of retention, so it doesn't stick. So you see, like early days, the aero sock sort of slides down. So defeat the whole purpose of the aero socks, right? Because it's supposed to stay up. That's why even at Velotos, we had to test out multiple grippers, and in order for it to stay tight and without constrain the blood circulation. So here goes the map of the leaders. You can see the gap now is already extended to 2 minutes. over the Peloton.
Yep.
But they are on this wide open straight road. So I'm sure, the Peloton, they won't be able to see it, but they probably could see the some of the the caravan, like the motorbike and the cars in between. But Malaysia Police does a really good job of managing the traffic. So there's ensure safety. Safety for the riders, so no car gets in between. So we did see some kind of race. Some races, even in Europe, happens, right? So the breakaway goes, and there's a couple minutes, and there's no traffic control in between. Then you see cars coming out in the middle of the race, and in some pretty big race, if I recall correctly, and it was a car literally coming out of the corner, almost hit one of the Bora Red Bull rider.
That's no good.
So during the race, so that in the front of the here we go.
Dropped the ball.
Trying to get the.
So I mean, they're probably going fast, Just to feed here on the side. It takes some skills.
Yeah, it does. But there should be a team car. Their team car with the neutral service should be behind. It is actually behind them. So they should be just easily getting feed from the race car. So it's
sorry, the smooth surface road.
Nice. That's why these guys are.
I think they got ready. I think they were ready to receive these riders for Tour of Langkawi.
Yeah, well, it's just Malaysia generally have pretty good roads. I mean, other than the raining season, you get some pothole, but that's just that's still better than like living in the northern hemisphere. You get the salted road, So. It is. It is. It will be even worse for the road surface. I remember riding in Michigan. Boy, it's on the tarmac, and the roads are heavily salt during the winter.
Right.
It was like riding. I said to myself, I need a gravel bike just riding on the tarmac. And it's just. Here we see the back of number 34.
Rick Plumes.
Yeah, Plumes. So he was contesting for the first intermediate sprint, right? Just trying to take away some the time. From the potential contender for the intermediate sprints.
Gap have grown. 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's slowly creeping up, and it's these guys have to work for it. It's not a handle, free handout. So they have to keep riding to keep the gap growing. And meanwhile, still on the front, Enzo is still controlling. It's all him. I don't think the other guys have taken a turn, so it's just one rider on the front chasing 4 riders. So after a crash,
that's right.
we saw he was torn, his jersey was torn all over, and but he is back on the front and working for his team leader Max Pohl. Here's the rotation. Okay.
Yeah, so just looks like him and Simon Pilot is doing the bulk of the work.
There it goes again. It's.
He really likes to be. He really likes pulling.
Well, I don't think you have a choice. You'll be told, hey, listen, you need to go on the front, and because if you're not the fast man in the final lead out, that's your job, right? You have to do the early part of the.
It's interesting. He's using those laces, Euro Empire.
Yeah, it is. It is true. Yes, a lot of riders, including Tadej Pogačar. He doesn't DMT, right? He doesn't, again, your shoe fetish.
Remco as well?
Yeah, exactly.
So laces as well.
There are some riders who tend to choose comfort. They want to have the comfort of the shoelaces. So it's individual preference. Some riders prefer the dial boa. And some riders prefer the shoelaces. I have both kind of shoes. I have to say, the shoelace is definitely more comfortable, but it tends to loosen up because you are talking about shoelaces and the fabric stretches. I couldn't get them to be staying tight. You obviously during the middle of the race you can't go tie your shoelaces.
That's right.
Getting ready for the climb or getting ready for the hard effort. But some rider like Tadej, especially he really likes his DMT shoelace versus the boa dial. So there's a domestic rider back getting some ice, getting some feedback. It's on their on the BMC machine. That's still a nice looking bike.
They made some pretty nice bikes, I remember still back then they had this very impressive impact lab, they call it, in Switzerland.
Okay.
They basically, I think up till 2010, they were building bikes in Switzerland.
Okay.
Right. So by the late Andy Rees. So Andy Rees was the owner of BMC. Obviously passed away a few years ago. And then. There's some pretty impressive carbon manufacturing, and they sort of start this thing called ACE technology.
Okay.
So this ACE technology, basically, in simple word, right? You sort of type out or key into that software what type of bike that you want to build, and then this ACE technology basically comes out with the optimum tube shape and geometry. That was like back then, 2010.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you can search it up on YouTube. You know, a BMC ACE technology. You know, it's not a high quality video. You know, 2010, right?
Right.
So you probably get like 360p or something
Right.
quality.
Right.
But yeah, you can see the impressive carbon weaving technology, and the impressive of that's how the software does thousands of iterations to come out with like one perfect shape to produce whatever the design for that particular wants to be.
You really know your bike technology.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
Here's a question.
Okay.
What is so I remember reading the interview of Andy Rees. What does BMC stand for?
Oh, BMC stands for, okay. So BMC, would you believe it, actually means Bicycle Manufacturing Company.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Bicycle Manufacturing
But that's
Company.
not what Andy said.
Nah.
Andy said, bring me cash.
Bring me cash. That's
just
also
as a
correct.
joke, right? He was just making a joke, right? So,
but yeah, interesting, because talk about bring me cash, you know, a little bit of facts as well. Because back then when I was working in Australia, we were a big BMC dealer. Shout out to my previous employer, Taylor Cycles. So we were a big BMC dealer. And when they started BMC, there was a racing team, right, in the World Tour, initially supporting Cadel Evans. Cadel Evans, the first Aussie that actually won Tour de France, right? The company hasn't even been making money. So that's why after Andy Rees passed away, the family carries on running the business. They said, like, we don't want to sponsor the whole team, we just want to sponsor the bike, you know, we want to start making money.
Yes. So
it's really purely passion driven. Passion driven.
But I think Andy also owned the phonic, the hearing aid. So that's probably
the main thing.
Money. So he was doing the bicycle business purely out of passion and love for cycling. He had the phonic cycling team, but riding on BMC. Then he had the BMC team,
racing team.
Racing team as well. I remember one of the
TJ Van
Gardner was racing
BMC.
So then even in Santa Rosa, they one of the riders in Santa Rosa, California, was riding for the BMC team. So they had a lot of involvement, and unfortunately he passed away a couple years ago. But he leave a legacy, right? BMC bike is very much part of the professional Peloton.
100%, up till this day, as you can see, two-door per cycle.
Alright, Lily kini berada di hadapan Sekolah Kebangsaan Air Baloi bersama dengan cikgu-cikgu sekolah. Apa khabar cikgu?
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih.
Alright, heboh hari ni cikgu. Mungkin boleh kongsikan sikitlah persediaan nak orang kata memberikan sokongan kepada pelumba-pelumba yang terlibat dengan LTDL kali ini.
Okey, bila kita dimaklumkan rombongan itu Langkawi akan sampai ke Pontian, ke Johor, maka murid-murid ni sangat excited dan sangat teruja dengan kehadiran pasukan-pasukan daripada seluruh dunia, boleh dikatakan. Jadi kita telah buat persediaan selama hampir sebulan untuk menggerakkan seluruh pasukan-pasukan, uniform pasukan-pasukan daripada murid-murid untuk membuat latihan dan sebagainya lah.
Okey, so berapa ramai ni, kalau boleh estimate berapa ramai ada ni?
Memandangkan hari ni hari Jumaat, hari cuti, pada asalnya kita gerakkan semua pelajar kita hampir 500 orang dalam latihan kita gerakkan semua. Tapi hari ni separuh yang hadir daripada murid-murid tahun 4, 5 dan 6 lah. Lebih kurang dalam 200 orang pelajar yang bersama-sama kita hari ni.
Walaupun cuti ada yang datang hari ni cikgu
Betul.
Okey, terima kasih cikgu.
To 300 km per hour was taking corners, right?
Absolutely. So we would go climb up to the top of the climb, and he said so his bike was, as he said, the parts was like used, and he said for 3-4 years he never he never changed the brake pads.
Yeah.
Right? Because he says, well, let's go to the top of the climb, and then he's descending with his both hands behind his back, and we're going down California, twisting roads.
Oh yeah.
And he said, I'll show you. It's not about the pushing, turning the handlebar. It's all about your weight distribution. It's going picking the right line. We talked about yesterday, picking the right line from apex to apex. And he literally just descended the hill. I mean, I'm talking about twisty hill like Bukit Hantu.
Okay.
With his hand behind his back. And that's how good they are.
Wow.
Right? And that's, he said, either you find me on the bottom of the climb, bottom of the descent, or you send me to the hospital. So just a crazy, good bike handler. So shout out to Peter.
That's right. And we have a local as well, a local former MotoGP rider. Now doing the Asian racing, Hafiz Sharid.
Yes.
He's a regular at
He's a
Gruppetto.
regular. Yes.
He always comes over for a bike ride whenever he's home here in Malaysia.
Yeah. He's a good bike rider.
Yeah, he's a good rider. Very fit, We're going cruising, and then they're just, they're very fit.
Oh, absolutely. I think
they're very fit.
People think like they play a different sport. They're in the motorsports, but they're extremely fit. Now, I know some of my friends that they race cars and they use like mountain biking and for trainings, and so it has to be physically fit. And I think they're super talented in multiple sports, right?
That's right.
So it's not just they just happen that they focus on one particular sport which they're really good at. They can excel and win and and make a living out of it. But they are also very good, because I've seen even David Beckham. Right? You think he's a footballer. I've seen the video. I'm assuming that's a real video. It's not an AI generated video. And he was on a BMX bike.
All right.
And I mean, he should be competing in the X Games, right? He was doing all the tricks. And, and he's probably he's not a young man.
No.
And he was doing the BMX jumps and tricks and. And I'm thinking, here's a footballer, and that's just showing their talent.
That's
their hand and eye coordination.
Natural sportsman.
Natural sportsman. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's by no means, people think, even golfers, right? People think golfers are not, it was not an intense sport, but trust me, I mean, they go onto the golf course and they go for hours into practice. And that's something that I want to just stress about for young cyclists who may be watching the show. It's not all about talent. Right? You talk about talent, it's probably, I would say 10%. 10 to 15% and less than 20% of your success. 80 to 90% is hard work. No matter how talented you are, without the hard work, the training, here it goes, the shoe fetish. Here's a
that looks like a nimble, but I don't know.
Or the Chinese version of the nimble, right?
Yeah. What's it called? I forgot.
Yeah.
So Zoo something. ZU in the brand.
So you go. So it's 80-90% of hard work. No matter how talented you are, any kind of sports you want to excel in, and in life in general, it's not, even you decide not to become a professional athlete, it's 80%, 90% hard work. It's nothing is handed to you. We know our Malaysian favorite Aziz Liawang. He is one of the hardest working athletes, and that's why he's able to achieve double Olympic medal. Because I remember meeting John, talking to John Beasley, right? I said to John, wow, you are, Azizu is lucky to have you. He goes, oh, no. I'm lucky to have Azizu, to have someone like him so determined mentally to succeed and so determined, so ready to do hard work that needed to succeed. So you need to have that talent, but that's only the 10% of the game. So you need to have the determination to succeed, and then you only have the discipline, right? The willingness to commit to succeed. Because you may try 100% and you may walk away with nothing.
That's true.
You may get nothing, but if you don't commit to it, you're not gonna get anything. So you have to be able to risk it, and you want to become the world best. So it's not about talent. It's about hard work. So I can assure you, talk to every successful professional athlete or any successful person in general, it's about hard work. It's not always about, the luck and the talent, probably, you plus the talent and the luck, 20% maximum.
Yeah, that's right.
And the rest 80% is hard work. So cycling certainly, especially in Malaysia, the rider get up early, 7, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. They're getting out and training.
Yeah.
And I even remember, you're a basketball fan, interview with Michael Jordan. Talk about Michael Jordan. People think he's the most talented basketball player. You don't need to practice.
Like Kobe Bryant as well.
Exactly. They work harder than anybody else. When everybody else finishes practice, they go out and practice their weakness.
Yeah.
Let's say if they're jump shot shooting and jump shot or foul shooting. I mean, the hardest. It's always come down to the hardest work. So Michael Jordan he wasn't the #1 pick in the NBA. I know we talk about different sports here, but I'm a big fan of Michael Jordan. You're a basketball, So he was the #1 pick. And I remember my friend who told me that when he got into the Chicago Bowl, and there's nobody there pick him up.
Yeah.
And it was just somebody else decided to help him to send him to the bowl, Chicago Bowl arena. So. They remain friends ever since then because that's Michael Jordan. He didn't have it easy, and but then he become a superstar because he worked harder and he wanted harder than anybody else.
Right.
If you ever get a chance to watch Netflix, there's a show on the Michael Jordan. It's really a good insight on the Chicago Bowl.
That was a good that was a good one.
Good show. Right? So The Last Dance. So if you get a chance to look it up,
I think it still is on Netflix.
Yeah, it is. I hope it is. One of my favorite shows. Here's back to the bike racing. Sorry about basketball distraction.
No, I think the Filipino fans would love it. Basketball, they're huge basketball fans.
Yes, very popular sports. But it's about hard work. So
100%. You're 100% correct. At least that's the thing. We need. How do I say? At least that's the thing we can control, right?
Yes.
Like putting in the work, right? You can't control luck. You can't control
talent. You're born with it. You're genetically born with it.
But you can control hard work for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So always work on what you can control. And a very good athlete, they say, I'm not going to be stressed about things I can't control. So always focus on what you can do, not. Stay positive. Focus on what you can do, how to improve, instead of being negative. I work with a lot of different riders throughout the years. Ever after, some riders are very positive and always looking at, okay, I didn't win this race. What can I do? How can I improve myself? And then some riders who just always blame on things.
Okay.
Oh shoot! The Peloton was they chased me down.
Okay.
Well, they chased you down because you're not strong enough. And or the climb is not steep enough for me. Oh well, if I'm gonna give you a 10% of 20% climb, you're not gonna be able to follow Pakacha.
No, for
right?
sure.
So there's never gonna be a perfect condition for you to win. You have to work hard to earn it. No excuses. Just go back and if you fail, come back and try again. So. That's my advice to young rider out there. So hopefully we get a lot of young viewer, young rider, inspired cyclists, and this big race like this in Malaysia. And I hope we're gonna spur out some next champion in the Malaysia cycling. Back to the front. I think that's Masuda, the oldest man in the race. He is on the front and working. At the age of 40.
I think they made them work. Obviously you want a sprint for Malincelli. Come out, send someone to help bring the breakdown.
Absolutely.
Because obviously even EF isn't going to work. The ball is in front.
Correct.
What we want to do is control so that the peloton isn't going to catch the breakaway. Thai national riders are here at the back. 3 of them. These are 91, 94, and 92.
They're probably just chilling.
Perapol, Saraut, and also Navuti Lipongyu.
Getting some nutrition to feed with the team car. Some ice socks. There you go. And
in you go.
You can see the 10 line. It's just amazing. You can see a professional rider.
They have the helmet, 2 lines behind the neck.
10 line behind the two lines behind the neck. Yeah. And that's why you probably need the mohawk. Mullet.
A mullet, right? That covers the sun. You're absolutely right. So that could be one of the reasons as well.
Other than looking very cool and very flashy.
That's right.
Here's
Simon Pelot again in front of the peloton.
Yeah.
It's interesting, because we were talking about laces just now. apparently they've tested in the tunnel that laces are actually faster than boas.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then from there, actually, Cavendish actually used this particular cover when in Tour de France, right?
Yes.
I believe it was developed alongside Alex Dowsett with no pins.
Yeah.
That shoe cover to sort of imitate the
it's just
surface.
like a cuff, right?
Yeah,
cuff
yeah,
cover,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Sort of to imitate the texture of the laces.
Yeah.
To you know, like
create a bit of
cleaner airflow.
Clean airflow. Yep. Yeah, we have something similar. The Velotos is sort of like a cuff.
Yeah.
It's supposed to go onto the ankle, but you can actually put it around the laces to keep that arrow clean air. But maybe that is more arrow than boa because there's no bulging up.
Yeah, bulging up than
so
boa.
It's very flatter. It's a much flatter surface. Well, obviously worked well for Pogačar.
Yeah,
he did
Pogačar.
100K in the break, and it didn't slow him down.
Yeah, that is
but
true.
No, I think there's multiple other factors that doesn't slow him down.
Mainly because of his watts.
It is 165 crank.
Yeah, 165 crank, 55 tooth chainring.
Yeah.
He runs 1134 cogs at the back.
Okay, there you go.
So yeah.
Here's a professional mechanic insight into Tadej Pogačar's.
Runs tubeless as well. I'm not sure what tire was using. Obviously, his UAE was sponsored by Continental.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if he's actually using the latest Continental Aero wheels. Aero tires.
Aero tire, right?
Yeah,
they
the
have
Aero
these,
tires.
So talk about there are tires with the Aero.
Yeah, Aero tires.
Yeah, so that
weirdly, they've tested again. You know, this I've got some insights from the Aeromine. Basically, sort of like the mother company of Silka.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Aeromine. So they did testing back then. Josh Porter when he was at Zip, right?
Yeah.
He did this testing. They found that the GP4000 tread pattern. Was Aero.
Wow.
Yeah, so
more
it has
Aero than
more
5,000?
Aero than 5,000, right?
Go.
Because they've put those Aero, those wind tunnel clays to cover those holes, ends up becoming slower.
Oh wow.
Right? But then you've compensated. Right now, 5,000 is a faster tire.
Okay.
Yeah. So So now I think learning from that, they've developed this Aero tire.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Tread pattern
There you
actually does play a role.
Yeah, there you go. Deep insight from Izzat.
Yeah, I just love these things.
Yeah, well, obviously if you want to learn more about the technology and get more insight, follow our commentator here, Izzat, on That Muslim Cyclist on Instagram. Are you on TikTok also?
I am. Not so big on TikTok, man, mainly. My main platform is Instagram.
You're too old for TikTok.
No, I think so, yeah. It's a little bit too fast-paced for me.
You need to be 20. You need to be, you know 15 to 20,
15
25
to 20
years old
is TikTok, yeah.
to be on TikTok. Or a housewife, you know.
Doing those TikTok lives.
Yeah, to do the TikTok live. But yeah. Anyway, back to the racing. We're going to interview in about 10 seconds. And right now,
Simon, you like to travel the world. How does it feel to have such early stage because you have to catch a flight later on to go to Borneo Island?
Yeah, really. The wake up was not so easy. I mean, the legs were pretty heavy this morning, and the first coffee was pretty tasty. But I'm really excited to cross the sea and then to arrive in Borneo and to discover a new place in the world, because as you said, I visit many places, and that's something new for me.
You did a nice breakaway yesterday. Is there space today for a breakaway, or is there time for a breakaway?
I hope not. We will try to control the race and to go for Arvid again. And tomorrow we also have a 200k stage, so I hope today we can have a bit more easy day. Yeah.
When a sprinter like Arvid has started winning, is the confidence a major factor for beating the others?
Yeah, now he's flying. In his head he's flying. And then it's up to us also to control the race, because when the sprinters start winning like him, then the team have also more responsibilities, and this responsibility will be mine to take, and we see if we can bring everybody back together in the last kilometer.
Merci.
So there you go. That's Simon Pelot. So the rider was riding in the breakaway yesterday, but today he's in front of the peloton to bring back, to make sure that the breakaway is in check and doesn't get too far. And as we've heard in the interview just now, they want a bunch sprint finish to deliver Arvid de Klein the fastest at the finishing line. And something about sprinters as well, you know, once you've won multiple stages, especially back to back, the confidence is there, the confidence in the lead out train is there, and it's basically a roll downhill from there. So we can see here in the breakaway, same four riders, 2 minutes and 5 second gaps. Stefan de Bot is getting some bottles from the car. It's really important to keep hydration, not necessarily for today, as we've talked earlier in the earlier stages. There's a lot of these riders, they just eat and they just drink to make sure that once you start feeling dehydrated or once you start feeling hungry, it's when you start playing catch up, you're just never gonna be able to catch up with your once you've deficient with your nutrition.
It's just be too late. Once you feel hungry, it's or thirsty, it's, you know, you probably dehydrated already, or getting ready to bunk, so-called in cycling. So it is really important. Been there, done that, and that's not a good feeling. When you know you have legs, but you just don't have energy to push anymore. The sugar level is too low. So it is really important to keep that. So generally, like if you are out for a bike ride, you know, supposedly, you know, you should know how much carbohydrate you should be taking, and take that regularly, not when you're hungry. So just to keep the energy sugar level up, and then.
I mean, you can do. Some people just do this like so-called like faster rides and stuff, but the trick is most people do it too hard when it comes to these faster rides, and a lot of people don't know what to buy when they stop at the service center or when they stop at the gas station, right? So look for, you don't necessarily look for the calories. You mainly look at the amount of the carbohydrates per serving.
Right.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, you know.
Okay.
Because that fuels you up, that gives you energy to continue to pedal, and then when you have enough carbohydrates, you can do a lot more work.
Yep. And here we go, back in the front of the group, Masuda, and together with
Seems to be, just the three of them. Obviously, Badiani is controlling the group from going any faster, or for these three guys from allowing any more riders in front to make the peloton go faster, because obviously he has 2 riders in the breakaway.
Yeah, and interesting to see the Malaysian rider, Rambal, is also close to the front, just to keep an eye out and maybe try to launch an attack later when the road gets lumpy. Now we're approaching 55k to go, right?
Pan flat everywhere.
Yeah, exposed, totally exposed. This
has to be very windy here.
It has to be, it feels like windy. It looks windy. This feels like racing across like Belgium flat, you know. Could it be potentially crosswind? Totally exposed to the surrounding, and but it's some gravel roads on the side.
You're eyeing for a new place to ride your gravel bike now.
always out to explore. You know, it's always fun. Here's on the back of Peloton, Ayman Rosley just getting back, and Astana team getting a bit of nutrition delivered to their rider at the front. Ayman Rosley has been is calling for his team car. Hugh Carthy going across, and Kamfama, Equip Kamfama, asking for some nutrition. DSM rider as well. So the pace is not going super fast, but it's not slow by any means. You can see the peloton is pretty much stretched out, but not bunched up together, but they're not stretched up in one line. So you know the pace is steady, it's good. They're just keeping a gap to 2 minutes, so it's very easy to control and bring that back into the last 30k. So the ideal case for the sprinter team is you bring the breakaway back with about 10-15k to go to the finish line. And then you just need to do a bit of more work, and then everybody will get to the front, and keeping the pace high and setting up for their sprint finish.
If any of the viewers have any experience riding in this this area that the riders are going through. Let us know if it's how windy is this area normally.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to know, right? Obviously, like these guys are not mere mortals. They just can just what is wind, right? But yeah, be interesting to know. Like if you're familiar with this road, especially those Johorian people. Yeah, it'll be interesting to know how windy is this place.
Yeah. So Johor, it's again the southernmost state in the main peninsula, just over the border from Singapore.
Yeah.
Over the bridge, so-called. And this is shout out. This is where my wife come from as well.
All right.
Johor.
From Johor, okay.
Yeah, Johor in Kluang. Famous
Kluang,
Kluang coffee, but this race we're not going to Kluang.
Yeah.
We're gonna bypass it. So today, because it's we started earlier, a relatively shorter day.
Yep.
Because after this, they have to fly all the way to Sarawak.
Yeah, chartered flights.
Charter flight.
I think it was. Had a brief chat with the organizers over breakfast just now. There's about 5 flights they're chartering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, chartering flights from Senai International Airport, which is not far from Kulai.
Yep.
All the way to Miri. So that's a logistic nightmare, Denny.
Yeah.
Trying to transfer everything, and then we were talking to the. I was talking to this TV production crew. Like they have to dismantle everything, get everything on board, right? Like all these equipments, there's cameras and everything. Dismantle everything, and then have to get it on the plane within an hour and a half after the stage finish.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's logistic management.
Right.
It's a logistic nightmare.
So these guys, so it is like, doing a multi-day race, and where they're moving from city to city. Like imagine the riders and the staff, they're also going through a lot. Not only focus on the racing part, right? They literally travel from hotel to hotel. You only stay one night in one hotel, so the morning they already pack up everything.
Yep.
I remember telling riders, when you go down to a breakfast, pack before you go to breakfast.
Okay.
And then otherwise you're gonna have like 100, 200 people rushing to the elevator trying to go down with their massive luggages.
Yeah.
So you're supposed to go down there in the breakfast during the breakfast and bring your luggage down to the hotel lobby, and then the team staff will load up your luggages to the van to get to the next hotel.
Oh yeah.
And the rider goes on the bike and they race to the next hotel, and then typically by the time they reach the finishing hotel, their luggage is already delivered to their room.
Yeah.
And but the staff, again, we talk about how hard the staff have to work extra hours, and so they're working just to keep the support of this race.
Yeah.
But today it's going to be
like we mentioned, there's a race within a race, right?
There's a race within the race. There you go.
Like
they're racing to
the riders are only so-called. I mean, not to discredit again, just to give a little bit of a perspective, right? Like the riders are mainly so-called working as we're speaking now, right? They're racing, unless you have, I remember before stage 5, Abdul Khan said he had those anti-doping control, and the interview said he only went to bed at 1 a.m. at night, right?
Right.
Unless that happens. But yeah, so normally the riders are just working during this time of racing, and then pretty much they're resting afterwards. But those staff, they're up early, probably normally about 1 hour, 2 hours before the race. The staff, we're talking about the soigneurs, all the DS, the mechanics, have to wake up earlier, 1 to 2 hours to prep the stuff to go on the stage, and then while on the stage, obviously they're in the car, but then they're just on standby, right? Standby, making sure that if anything happens, they have to be ready. And then after that, the mechanics have to get all the bikes, give it a wash, clean, getting it ready for the next day, or if things happen, for example, crashes happen, they have some part swapping and everything. And then after that, all the staff have to get ready for transfer to another hotel. That's a lot of work for the staff to ensure that these riders are able to do what they're meant to do, which is ride hard on the stage.
Right. I'm just wondering, you just talk about that. Are they going to pack their bike to fly over?
Oh yeah, back in the box.
Really?
Yeah. We had a chat just now, so over breakfast they said that's got to be a nightmare for these mechanics, right? Because they have to pack the bikes. Yeah.
Wow. I thought they just charter the flight and then roll the flight into the just.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not like proper packaging. Maybe they just just sort of make sure they're in a flight safe
Yeah,
you know, flight safe.
Boy, I'm
flight
glad
safe backing. Yeah.
We're sitting in the studio. We don't have to travel and go through all that logistic nightmare. But kudos to the organizers.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
So
that's
right. Emir, who is I gotta shout out to the organizer. Did a great job.
The CEO,
getting,
I guess. Yeah.
Getting all the logistics sorted out. You have a boat transfer from Langkawi Island to the mainland of Alostar. And then now transferring from Johor to Miri, Sarawak.
It's like a 2.5 hour flight.
Yes, absolutely. So that is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
And believe me, I'm glad I'm not doing his job, and that's a lot of work. So back to the front of racing, the gap is kept steadily at 2 minutes and 10 seconds there. And the guys on the front are still working well together. But you're almost wondering that whether or not if they can keep this gap all the way to the finish. You know? So it looked like Stefan de Bon is definitely hunting for another potential.
They're going fast here. Only just under 50k to go. So just 1 hour and a bit of racing left. Not far to go. It's been fast. It's only they've started the race 8:30. It's 10:15 almost. They're going fast.
Well, that's you have the World Tour riders and pro riders on the front and working on the Peloton as well. So they are. You can see from the body language. It's not easing off. I mean, he is keeping a really nice form, and you can see the body is not rocking, and he's putting all that power into the pedal. And meanwhile, Enzo, and he is from Team DSM driving on the front, and the blood on his knee, on his wrapped up elbow, a warrior.
A warrior for sure.
This race, so even though he's not contesting overall, but he is working for his race leader, Max Pole, in pole position, and rotating well through the breakaway group.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Fitur di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
Shots and stars and every art got a meaning. Everyone's spinning the wall.
Looks like they've changed. So Simon Pulod is taking a bit of a break.
Oh, okay.
Again, I'm looking at the shoes. It's not the Duro laces anymore.
Right. Good. I need to take cue on that to get identify the rider by the shoes.
Yeah,
So,
there you go. Thanks,
excellent.
100 meters to go. I believe that no one will be contesting. Because I believe the aim of this breakaway is really, you know, especially with most of these teams, they just want to make sure that the breakaways stick till the end. So don't want to burn the matches, don't want to go into the red, make sure everyone is rolling with a very smooth and fast tempo.
Yep, all three team Badiani, CSF, and EF, and as well as Cortec have not able to walk away with a stage win just yet. So that they are really on the hunt to get themselves an opportunity to win the stage. So they need to keep the gap. They don't need to go too hard, because the harder they go on the front, the harder the chase is going to be happening on the back. So they know it's going to be only allowed 2-minute gap. And what they want to do is ride it all the way to at least 30K. They can maintain this 30 to 20K. If they can still have a 2-minute gap or 10-minute gap, 1-minute gap into the last 10K, 10-15K, then there is a chance for them, if the 4 men still have legs left, to go for the victory. They're not giving up just yet. I know it's a bit of cat and mouse. They seems like just happy to have a 2-minute gap, but they're trying to reserve energy and trying to make sure to keep this pace fast enough, and they can still have a shot at the stage victory. So it is going to be interesting to see how the 4 rider play out a little bit further down the road. And when the road gets lumpy, I think they will be able to possibly maintain. But if they have good legs, they can maintain the gap. But if legs are getting tired, and then it's going to be a hard, hard for them to keep the gap to the finish. For sure.
Worst comes to worst, you know. I think Stefan de Bord is just going to go all in, you know. It's like 2 days he have failed the breakaway attempt. He nearly got it in stage 4. Nearly got it with like 300 meters to go. And then yesterday as well, nearly got it, but then they got caught a little bit earlier, which is about 5 kilometers to go, I think. 5 kilometers to go. And then obviously, you know, Stefan de Bord is playing his card now.
Just earlier in the replay, I saw flag off. That was the General Secretary of Terengganu State, Dr. Farouk, was on the podium doing the flag off. Yeah, he's very much a supporter of TSG, Terengganu cycling team. He's one of the board members involved in the TSG's management decisions, and very nice gentleman. And I want to shout out to him, because I had the fortune of sitting in the team car driving him, and he was sharing me his experience of studying aboard and working aboard, and really nice, respectable gentleman. And you know, he called himself, despite his position within the state of Terengganu, very high level position, right, General Secretary, and he's a very humble and hardworking man. He's also a cycling fan. I see him in the recumbent bike, and also just going off a bike ride. I just want to share a story. I mean, really impressed me when the first time I met him. We were just at a cafe near the TSG office. And we're sitting there, and he saw a piece of trash, like a plastic trash, still on the ground. It's probably from some earlier days. And Dr. Farouk got up and picked up that trash and put in the trash can. And that's kind of man he is. And he actually rolled up his sleeve, picking up some trash just off the roadside, and put it away. So from that moment, I was super impressed. And I really didn't know anyone in that kind of position, with that kind of background, really care about the environment and the beauty of Terengganu. So this year, the race is not going to the state of Terengganu, but that's another major tourist spot. I do have to shout out. I mean, if you ever get a chance to, diving fans, I have some friends who are serious diving fans. You want to go to Parentium
Absolutely.
Island, and certainly Terengganu have some of the most beautiful beaches and diving islands.
Yeah.
So there you go, Datu Farouk. And good to see you out supporting the race. And here we see Core Attack rider just getting some nutrition feed. I like the purple and neon yellow jerseys. Very nice. There's Double A in the breakaway.
Yeah.
And 93. He's from Switzerland actually.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
not an Italian rider. He's from Switzerland. We just saw the World Championship finish up in the Switzerland. That's wonderful. We were entertained by the finish.
Tough course, you know.
Tough course. Yes. Yes. Exciting race. Certainly. So that's back to the front of the peloton, and Enzo is doing massive amount of work.
Yeah.
I have probably seen him out there, and together with Masuda, still on the front, the oldest man in this year's race.
You made the old man work, mate.
Well, it's you know, I mean that's one thing about cycling. You know, you can be 40 years old and you can still be very fit and very competitive.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, it's I raced with a couple old men in my time.
Yep.
Monsebo is probably, you know, one of the he I think he was still racing for the Japanese team.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay, here's some action.
Car
racing.
Yeah.
So DS is racing. Monsebo, I think he raced until he's been competitively racing in Japan until almost the age of 50. Yeah, so it's you know, you can have longevity. So we talk about young riders, they start very early now. They're they're winning at the age of, you know, the race leader.
Yeah,
Max
21.
21 years old only, right? So we talk about young riders. The riders are getting younger and they are very, very competitive. Now, although, you know, we haven't seen how long they can sustain their career. But typically, you talk about 15 years before they 10 to 15 years before they get off the pro circuit and get into the retirement age. But now, since they start winning at this age of 20, 21, are they able to keep up to keep winning until 35?
Yeah,
you know, so that's a question mark.
Yeah.
This morning I was checking out Instagram feed and I can see Eddie Merckx, the cycling god, you know,
the goat,
and,
they call it.
Putting on some comment about Tadej Pogačar and whether or not
he's going to beat him.
He's going to beat him. So and obviously Tadej is only 26, so you know, whether or not he can win more Tour de France. He won 3 so far. And Eddie Merckx was saying you know, he only won 3. And for most moto, that's you know, winning 1 is most professional cyclists. If winning 1, it will be a monumental feat.
Yeah, for sure.
But Eddie said he only won 3. Maybe it's a way of encourage, you know, put up the challenge and say, you know, that Tadej can try to beat these records. I believe records are meant to be broken.
Yeah, that's true.
And nothing stays forever. So, but Eddie, it's put up the challenge. I think he fired the first shot to Tadej, and to see if he can outdo the legend rider from Belgium, Eddie Merckx.
So now the roads are going to be a little bit of an up and down, a bit of a rollers here, as we can see. So if you can basically after that third sprint at Bukit Batu, the roads are going to be a little bit of a roller heading towards Kulai.
And here's a map shot. We see the leader in the green and Peloton chasing on the I can't see the highway where we call the road 92. And toward Kulai. And the Thai rider on the back, just kind of chilling, just following the move, following the peloton. And some riders are trying to move up. I see Luke again trying to bring water to their riders. On the front, no different. Controlled by DSM, Tudor, and Ukio. And I see Poti Kometa. Oh, I see. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't see Masuda anymore. I see. No, he's still there. He's still there. And then now Poti Kometa also decide to send a rider on the front to do the chase. So they have a good sprinter, Paneve. We keep talking about stage 2, he thought he won the stage, raised arm maybe a fraction, not even a second, but a fraction of a second too early. Got nipped on the line. So he certainly fancies his chances, and he contested for the intermediate sprints.
Yeah.
You know, so he's trying to get back to the contention for the points jersey.
Yep.
And if he won today, then he can collect the maximal points. So trying to get himself, but I think his goal is trying to win the stage and get back onto the podium again. So he already have won first participation for the team Poti Cometa.
Yeah.
Owned by Ivan Basso and Alberto Conador, another 2 legend. We have an interview coming up right now.
Casper, compared to the first 2 sprints of the Tour de Langkawi, do you have less resources for yourself because Max Poole is dominating the GC?
Oh, I don't think so. I think we're a team that always tries to do everything together. And Max is also playing his role, but yesterday we tried to do a little different approach, and I think that didn't work out. We had to come from really far in the last few K, so that was a shame, but we're here to try things, and if it works out, it's nice, but we also have to make mistakes to learn from them, and yesterday was a mistake, but we'll see if today we can do better and get a good result.
What Max did yesterday in the breakaway, taking time bonus also, does it give serenity to the team?
Yeah, I think yesterday they tried to attack us, and yet Max attacked them. So yeah, it's always nice when that happens, and he gained a few seconds, so it's a bit more breathing space, and hopefully we can keep hold of it.
In terms of sprinting, is it different to have a morning stage and short stage?
Yeah, I think for us it's middle of the night now, so it's a bit different. But yeah, we've been here a fair few days now, so it's early. But yeah, you just have to get a few coffee and then you'll be okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. Interview with Casper van Uden, the sprinter for DSM.
Yeah.
I thought he would come here and definitely win a couple stages. But they have not able to deliver.
Yeah, the closest they've got is first stage. Casper van Uden got second.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
That's just,
yeah, so he said just, they made some mistake.
Yeah.
But there you go. Make some mistake and come back, try again. And we have another interview coming up very soon. So let's see while we're getting an aerial shot of the palm trees.
Blake, what's it like to be a young sprinter in a race like the Tour de Langkawi?
It's definitely an eye-opening experience from the races I've done this year. Coming up against 4 or 5 massive World Tour team / Pro Tour team lead-outs. It's just awesome to be able to get in the mix and sort of get a bit of a feel for it, and obviously just learn. All of this is learning.
Do you like this kind of short stage today?
Yeah, I think so. Like in Australia, we grow up probably not having the longest stages, so I feel like something like this is going to suit me a little bit more, and it'll keep my legs a little bit fresher, having to run the sprint solo at the end.
What would be a successful Tour de Langkawi for you with the 3 remaining stages?
I sort of come in with a bit of a goal of a top 10, which I got on the first day, but I definitely feel like a top 5 is possible. So the next 3 days, if I could get top 5, I'll be very happy, and get on the podium, I'd be ecstatic. Thank you so much.
Here, we saw the interview with young rider.
Yeah, that's Blake Agnoletto from ARA's Skip Capital, a development team. Yeah, they've been consistent. They've been consistent. They've been around for a long time. So another team would be St. George, I think. You're probably
St. George.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Fitur di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
As I slip from my skin and into the soul of the sea, I let go like the ocean. I am free. I dance with sharks and move with reefs. The tempo of my heartbeat is now one with the sea.
Above, I am the master of speed. Here, life humbles me as I descend into the unknown, to a new world beyond my imagination. I make friends with so-called danger. It's electrifying, the rush of adventure. From a sea of fishes to nature's finest teacher. I am your humble student.
Someone smart once said, the best way to observe a fish is to become a fish.
Better as we go. So talk about, like we talk about Mark Cavendish, 206 Tour de Langkawi. Then he came in, the best result he got was second. He was such a young rider. But then I'm sure he learned from that. And then he improved from there and he started winning more and more races until he become, unstoppable. But the same year, I just want to shout out, the same year when I look at the result for Mark Cavendish, it was also the top 5. Number 5 was Malaysian rider Suhadi Hassan.
Suhadi Hassan, yeah.
I just want to shout out to my friend Suhadi Hassan. I did some racing with him, and he had a 5th. He was a very smaller rider. Let's talk about Malaysians having fast muscle, right?
100%.
So when I first met him, I said, based on your stature, I mean, this is a climber. And he said, no, he's more of a sprinter, and he obviously had number 5 in the bunch sprint against the big teams and Mark Cavendish. So he is. Then I later on I said, he's a rider, can get over small climbs and can sprint, and very, very smart in the race. And I call him the Malaysian Paulo Bettini.
Okay.
Anyway, just shout out to him if he's watching the race. And last year he was involved in the part of the organization.
Okay.
So again, a legend. On the front, it's actually it's not Masuda working on the front. It's actually Yuma Koishi on the front now.
All right.
So maybe they're rotating. Yeah, I think they are rotating to a different rider.
People are asking, what's our predictions?
Our prediction?
Have you got a prediction to play?
But today,
have you got any predictions today?
It's hard to pass by to pass Alpha Decline. So obviously their team did this fantastic job. But also Maricelli is so close yesterday, and it's possible that he can come up with a win. But then you look at Casper and Uden, and also Ceresa, who are also fantastic sprinters. So these. And Beneve obviously also wanted a sprint. It's out of the 5 rider. My pick is
Maricelli. Okay.
So.
It's really hard to predict this one. Obviously, I'm a bit of I'm always favoring the slightly underdog ones. Obviously Alpha Decline have won 2 stages. They've been pretty dominant. Although EF is not an underdog, but they have been in this race so far. The results haven't been so good. It'll be interesting to see if actually Stefan de Bot actually got the win. He's been trying. The more you try, the more likely you get the accurate aim.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm putting my bet on a breakaway, but
Okay. All right.
well, I don't know.
That's different.
Yeah,
right?
slightly different. Putting my bet on the breakaway. But also deep down inside, I know that Abu Dhabi probably win.
Okay.
Yeah, because like they've managed to do it in stage 4,
Yeah.
where they've pretty much really put the gas on and really caused a lot of. I mean, you would have thought Cameron Highland have the most amount of people that it's out of the time limit, right?
Yeah.
But it was actually stage 4 that Tudor Pro Cycling was really driving the pace. Other people's just just shattering from the back.
Yeah, it is. But we're getting close to the 20K mark, and if these 4 breakaway rider can maintain the gap to 1 minute and 55, close to 2 minutes, they actually have a very good chance of making to the finish, because generally, according to the rules, are 10K for every 1 minute.
Rule of thumb, they call it. Yeah.
The rule of thumb. Yeah. So there you go. We're getting close to that 20K mark, and you can see the urgency on the back. Paneve's teammate, Podium, is also standing there right on the front. They want to make sure it comes down to a bunch finish, because they're worrying that Enzo will be on the front all day long, and whether or not they may not able to bring it back. But they want to make sure it's going to be a bunch finish. So Tudor are still on the front, and this Enzo is my man up there. He should be the most competitive rider.
Yeah.
He's doing so much work on the front.
Yeah, he had a pretty serious crash yesterday, and still carry on riding. And then today it just worked like nothing happened yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm wondering if those bandages help the aero effect.
Probably, yeah. So it add a bit of a texture to the surface of the elbow. It's always good. You're the aero expert here, so
next time
skin is not the most aero thing. So you put a little bit of a texture.
Actually, that's just my shaved skin.
Okay.
Shaved skin, smooth skin. Actually, it's pretty aero.
All right.
It's amazing that when we tested it, we compare, obviously different kind of texture, different kind of fabric, and then compare to bare skin.
Right.
It's amazing. Human skins are pretty aero. Although assuming that you shave and you don't have too much hair on the arms, on the legs, and it is actually surprisingly. It's less aero than the aero fabric, but it's not like a massive amount of wattage at all. So that's probably why a lot of triathletes. Well, I know they also don't do it for the swimming part, because you can't wear socks and then start running and cycling. But so actually having your skin texture is actually pretty aero as well. That's So there you go. I guess. God created the human to be
aero.
fast. So
there you go.
Assuming you shave the arm again, shaved arm and then legs.
Okay.
So facial hair, although some riders prefer the facial hair.
Yep.
That doesn't seem to bother them, and I know nobody here has a massive amount of facial hair, but in Quinn Simmons and
Quinn Simmons, that's
one
proper.
time the mustache was the thing, and. But nowadays seems to be pretty clean now. Other than George Jackson, do you have the mullet?
The mullet,
Yeah, mullet. And that's,
let's just assume it's for sun protection.
That's for sun protection, and
he knows it's going to come to Tour Langkawi.
The cool effect, the coolness effect, right? So.
Just we're seeing here. Obviously, they're really going for it. So the gap is closed down to 1 minute and 35 seconds. But Rinbao said the rider from Malaysia national cycling team, Sen Rinbao, seemed to just be hanging around in front there.
Yeah, I don't honestly I don't know what the purpose is, other than getting some visibility to show himself in the race, maybe trying to stay ahead and trying to launch an attack, but I don't know. Yeah, it's good to see. At least you see a Malaysian jersey on the front, right? So it's kind of, you see rider hang on the back, but if you see this is your home race, you don't see any Malaysian rider on the front. That's kind of disappointing. You wouldn't want to just be a passenger along the bus,
That's right.
So at least you show yourself. and show the Malaysian color. I wouldn't pass that his dad told him to do that today. So at least if you can't get in the breakaway, he did try to get in the breakaway.
He did, yeah. He was part of the first, first attempt to get in the breakaway.
Yeah. So if you can't get in the breakaway, you might as well show yourself near the front.
Yeah, that's right.
And maybe as part of the punishment for missing the break, for not able to get in the break. But I had a sense that the break was really going to go only after the stage on the sprint. After the sprint one, but of course, you know, we were talking about it's always easy to predict after it happened, right? So during the race, I'm sure it's not seems as obvious, easy to say afterward, but definitely the sprinter today wanted the control to the first intermediate sprint and before letting the breakaway go, because sometimes they may control even the second and the first intermediate sprint. Both are fairly close to the start of the race. Yeah. So it's possible they catch both 1 and 2. They keep them together for both sprint 1 and sprint 2 before letting the break go. But they did let the break go after the first intermediate sprint.
That's right.
Yep.
They were going pretty fast here down that hill, you know, still on the pedals, you know. You see how these pro riders, they're not coasting down that hill. If you can pedal down the hill, you pedal down the hill, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously, that's probably like when I was looking at Max Paul's bike on the live feed, he's not using 54 tooth, like he's using bigger than 54.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like the standard chainrings from Shimano for 54. Normally the chainring size looks a little bit different once it goes to like 55, 56.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's probably around the range. It's a 55, 56 tooth chainring.
There you go. Good eye. Not only shoes fetish and also chainring fetish too. Gee. I was not able to notice that at all. So it just shows you that I am, when it comes to mechanical stuff, I am a totally old school and out of dated.
And then also like obviously like a lot of these SRAM ones, they have a bigger range.
Okay.
Yeah, because
wider
like
range,
wider range. Like obviously Two-Door Pro Cycling is on a SRAM group set.
Okay.
Most of them are on the 54. Right. So, but so for example, when they're going down the hill, they have the access of, because SRAM cassette's a little bit different. Okay. Right. They runs on 10 tooth. That's the smallest spot, right? So imagine 54, 10.
Right.
That's a big gear. That's like a fifth. I believe it's like a. I might need to go and have a look it up, but it's definitely bigger than 56, 11.
Okay.
Yeah, going down that hill.
There you go. There you go. So some insight on the mechanics of cycling. Yeah, it's you know, it's I know there's a lot of competition among the different product range. You know, certainly there's that kind of pushes innovation. So everyone trying to come up with a better and faster product.
Yeah, for sure.
That's it's good. The consumer. That's why the racing helps develop the product.
That's right.
So consumer gets the benefit of having these latest technology.
Yeah.
Right. So. Otherwise, without this racing development, we will still be riding 53, 23.
It's probably still at 9-speed or something. 8 speed,
right? With down tube shifters. You know, you ever had a down tube shifter bike?
I've ridden before.
Okay.
A down tube shifter, the one without the index ones. You have to like back it off a little bit.
Imagine going for a sprint.
Oh yeah,
like
I was thinking about that as well.
How do you shift on the way down? So you have to be on the right gear.
Yeah.
And then you just sprint.
Yeah.
If you happen to be on the too heavy gear, you basically screw.
Yeah,
There's
that's
no chance
right.
for you to do it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like 60 RPM trying to sprint. I'm like, that's not a good sprint.
yeah. It's a lot easier with the Shimano Di2. This rider Mariani is using the
Campagnolo. Looks like the newer stuff. What they're running on wireless wireless shifters. So no more thumb shifters for the new ones.
Okay.
Yeah. So everything's on the near the brake lever now.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a competition of technology, electronic shifting.
The Rosa, these are like the OG.
Yeah,
the OG of bikes, the Rosa. They've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
I can't remember what model they're riding. Probably the Merak or something.
Okay.
The Rosa
Merak.
Merak.
That was the old one.
Yeah.
Well, no, many years. Very popular Italian bike. I mean, there's definitely a lot of good Italian bike out there. I mean, you start with Canago, Pinarello, De Rosa.
Yeah.
I'm sure Cortec is also must should be Italian.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, you think, right?
Yeah.
Considering they're Italian
Bianchi?
team.
Yeah, I had a Bianchi. It was,
Bianchi.
beautiful bike. Beautiful
Yeah,
bike.
yeah. It's with Bianchi, you kind of have to buy the Celeste green.
Okay.
It's a little bit like buying Ferrari and buy it in blue or something.
Okay.
You have to be red, right?
Red,
Ferrari.
right. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of and I do have to say, like just like Italian cars, Italian
That's
bikes
right.
are absolutely beautiful. And I remember one time riding just to it was a sort of a training ride with Alan Marangoni. He was a Bariani rider back many years ago before he moved to EF. He actually rode with EF when the team merged or something. But yeah, he was telling me, the Italian rider, he was saying that in Italy the Canago is the #1 brand.
Okay.
So I was like, wow, okay.
Oh yeah, another one. Willia.
Willia.
Yeah. Willia. I think
yeah.
you pronounce it as Villiers.
Villiers.
Yeah,
So that's
pronounce
the
it.
team Astana is using.
Astana's using
for
Villiers.
now, for this year.
It's the Volante model.
Volante, yeah.
Volante model.
Right.
As you can see, it's quite obvious from that bowing out fork as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you look it head on, it almost looks like those gravel bike.
Yeah. So it's well, yeah, just to get back to Alan Mangoni. I asked him, so what's your goal? What's your dream? He said to me that to win a stage in the Giro.
Okay.
And he did.
Oh wow.
And he did that a few years later, and he won. I believe with the EF Education.
Right.
Well, back then it was a different team name.
Yep.
He did that. And I rode on the I was able to lucky enough to find the picture with him. I took it with him, and I said, yeah, he said he wanted a dream to win a stage in the Giro, and he did.
And he got it. That's sick.
Yeah, so I'm happy to. If he ever watches this race and just want to say hello, and many years ago, I don't think he remembers me, but we certainly had a good laugh and chat on the bike, and good to see.
All right, so we've got 17.8 kilometers to go. The gap is closing down for sure.
Minute 20, it's not done deal, right? But
Not
it is possible. These 4 riders on the front are motoring. I mean, we're talking about smaller roads and lumpier roads, and this sort of helps the riders to get away because you don't see the breakaway. So when the Peloton doesn't see the breakaway rider, they don't really know exactly where they are. So they obviously have a time radio gap. The idea is for the breakaway to succeed, you want to get it out of the sight. Because when you have a rider in your sight, it is almost having the target, even though it's moving ahead, but you know exactly how much effort you need to bring them back.
Yes.
But if you don't see them, and that's the advantage of the breakaway, psychologically, you're not knowing exactly where they are. So you don't know where your target is. So that gives a little bit of opportunity for the riders on the front to get away. It will be certainly exciting. I agree with you. It would be nice to finally see the breakaway succeed after multiple attempts, because it's not easy. Because now with professional riding, cyclists, they have radios. They know exactly. The team directors know exactly where the breakaway and where the gap is. And that, and the professional teams know exactly how much effort in order, how much distance left in order to bring back the breakaway. So it's getting close to that limit. And if they were to be caught, my estimate is probably into the last few kilometers if they were to caught. Here, the finishing line. Again, it's right in front of Lotus. So if you are in Kulai, and get to the Lotus, and you probably only have about less than half an hour to get to the finish line. So if you want to watch some live action, you have about, I'd say about 10-12 minutes to get to in front of Lotus in Kulai, and to see the live action finish, and to see who is going to take today's stage. Is it going to be the breakaway or the sprinters in the Peloton?
It's 15.8 kilometers to go, not far. You're looking at probably just under 20 minutes of racing. 20 minutes of racing, probably.
Yes.
Yeah, so with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Stefan de Bont is definitely eyeing for the breakaway to stay away. But obviously, in the Peloton, the sprinters teams have got completely different agenda. They want it to come down to a bunch sprint. But you were correct, right? Because they say out of sight, out of mind. They don't know specifically where the breakaway is, although it's 1 minute and 20 seconds up the road. that the guys chasing in front still unable to see where exactly the front breakaway is, and they're still motoring, working well together. These 4 riders, if you're wondering, these 4 riders are 2 of them from Badiani, Gaburo and also Tarozi, and then 1 rider from Cortec Dabale, and also the EF Education. At 2 stage in a row, most combative rider, Stefan Debot. He's been trying to get in the breakaway, and he's in the breakaway again today. And obviously, he wants that to come to the breakaway to stay away. But just like we mentioned, looks like Tudor is really pushing the pace again. They've done it once in stage 4. I'm not surprised if they can do it again in this stage.
And but let's hope Stefan de Bon and Team EF get their 3rd time the charm, right? So they tried 2 days in a row, didn't succeed. So the 3rd time going to deliver the victory. They so desperately wanted to walk away with at least a stage victory, since the defending champion Simon Carr had to finish outside time limit because he stroked and he was really suffering on the early part of the climb on the previous stage. So so hopefully let's see if Stefan de Bon able to deliver the victory for EF. And also wondering if they catch the breakaway and Captain America Shang Hui, is he going to launch another attack?
You never know.
Obviously, he's been sitting and waiting in the peloton, and that may also work out. There'll be a counter attack. So now the gap is down to just over 1 minute with a 14.4K to go, and very active on the front chasing is Poti Kometa. So speed is definitely elevated, and you see some. We finally see some broken roads right now. And
Baik, 3 zon pecutan dipertaruhkan dalam kayuhan sejauh 123.4 km yang berakhir di Kulai, dan ini juga merupakan perlumbaan terakhir di Semenanjung Malaysia sebelum kita semua bergerak ke bumi Kenyalang, Sarawak, dan Lily berada di garisan penamat, di tepi garisan penamat ketika ini bersama dengan semua penyokong yang hadir untuk memeriahkan lagi keadaan, untuk menyambut semua pelumba menghabiskan perlumbaan mereka di peringkat ke-6 saingan PETRONAS Batu di Langkawi 2024.
But I think with a minute and 13K to go, is these 4 riders probably doomed to be absorbed.
As long as they leave it, the breakaway in stage 4, obviously there was some attacking that's going on in about 10K to go, so they were unable to keep a very smooth and steady pace. But let's hope that these breakaways really work together all the way till the end, till about last K to go before they start playing this cat and mouse game.
They just need to do another. If they can keep the 1 minute gap for another 2.8 kilometer, get into the final 10K mark, they still have a minute, then they still have a shot as long as they don't attack each other. Because the other day, stage 4, the attack was just started a little too early, and that disrupted the breakaway pace. So today, they probably definitely wouldn't want to repeat the same mistake again. They need to work together, literally till the final kilometers of this year's this stage race, in order to stay away from the chasing peloton. It's just a scary sight.
Scary sight. They're chasing very fast. And like I said, at the front of the peloton, these are very strong riders that can really push the pace. You know, these sprinters teams that are available here, we're specifically talking about Tudor Pro Cycling, they're very strong. Like we've demonstrated how strong of a sprint train they have in the stage 4.
And then also other teams are helping, right? Poti Kometa, working for Penella. And then they want to get a second shot of winning the stage. So it's here's Uskatel even getting involved now. So it's multiple teams working on the front, fresh legs. They have been sort of resting, so-called quote-unquote resting in the peloton. Now we're getting close to the finishing of the race. So if new teams, new faces on the front, but Tudor is still very much involved because they are fully committed and confident of their sprinter, Alvin Decline, to deliver another stage victory, and that will be third victory for Alvin Decline. So last year, and yesterday's interview, he had 2 stage wins last year. So this year he able to equal last year's result, and now it's what would be a better way to finish it off with an additional third victory to establish that he is unquestionably the dominant sprinter of this year's race.
Yeah. Obviously, you know, he did very well in last year's Tour of Langkawi, and then when he came again this year, he was a clear favorite as the sprinters, as the top sprinters, and also for the point classification. He did very well last year. He was the former holder of KBS Orange Jersey point classification, and I bet this year he wants to do the same. He's only 1 point down from Matteo Malucelli. I believe he's on the upper hand. He got everything sorted. He got everything organized within the team, as we can see. 2 stages win back-to-back. They had a strong lead out in the first 2 stages. We can see it's always Tudor cycling in front leading out, but obviously Alvin Decline still trying to adjust to the sprinting, on how to sprint and where to leave the last lead out men before the finishing of the sprint.
Yep.
They're just a dominant team.
Yeah, but I see now Euskaltel is extremely active. They have a couple riders on the front doing the chasing. So that's really interesting to see. That they are also wanting to contest for the sprint. So it is so when you have several teams and trying to go for the sprint, it's the chances of the breakaway stay away is impossible right now. As you see, the gap is already dropping down to 35 seconds.
Yeah,
10K to go.
Yeah, 10K to go.
The only way for that to survive is, you know, you have to have close to a minute gap in order to get into the last 10K. That seems to be doomed. And these, like we talked about earlier, now they get into the lumpy part. So once you work on the front all day, so even though there's no categorized climb, but a little hill at the end of 100 plus kilometer full gas, it feels like a mountain. It's sometimes you get to the end of a long day, hot day, and a little hill that between you and your home, and it seems like a mountain to climb. So let's see who is going to be the champion of today's sprint.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because we don't know specifically who Euskaltel Euskadi is working for. I'm assuming probably they have their own sprinter, Ike Bonillo, to go for the bunch sprint. Maybe just that could be the chance to get a stage win for Euskaltel Euskadi. And they seem to be very organized, and everyone in the team seems to group together.
And is that the one of the Badiani breakaway rider decide to call it a day?
Yeah, call it a day.
And
get ready for transit.
Yeah, better pack the bike and get ready for the next stage. But he done his job. He done his job. Trying to stay away as much as he can. But his teammate is still up there.
That's right.
Working with Stefan Daban. So it is down to three rider right now. And but they're still working. They're not giving up just yet. 28 seconds.
Yes.
9K to go. That's the power of a professional rider. They're just not gonna give up.
Can they stay away though? It's only 28 seconds gap.
Well, at this point, you have no choice. You don't want to look back, and you just want to go as hard as you can, as fast as you can, until the peloton absorbs you, and then your job is done. Then you walk away with no regret, right? You fought until the last millimeter, and until the peloton absorbs you, and then you go to the finish line. And most likely, I won't be surprised if we see Stefan Daban go on the aggression again tomorrow, right? So after the transfer to Miri Sarawak.
So you can see here Euskaltel Euskadi in front of the peloton, really driving the pace to catch the breakaway. 3 riders now in front.
And 25-second gap already.
25 seconds
Yeah.
definitely has slimmed down. 8 kilometers to go, not long.
Twisty roads, twisty and turning roads. And now we're back onto the main road. Look like wider roads, and should be a wide road leading to the finish. So for setting up for another fast sprint, and there's no corners.
It's a straight. It's pretty much a straight run in into the finishing line.
Yeah. So with a little bit of lumps, you know, it's like last 1K had a little bump, or maybe 50 meter.
A slight, yeah, very slight uphill kick.
Yeah, but then sort of a downhill run. But the last 100 meters seems like a slight
slight uphill,
uphill.
Slight uphill.
So the sprinter obviously have looked at the course profile and preparing. Maybe I don't launch my sprint just too early. Maybe I'll wait until instead of a starting sprint 200 meters to the finish, and maybe I'll do it 150 because it's slightly upward. So
that's right.
That's what's going through the mind of the sprinter right now.
Yeah.
When to launch the final
100%
sprint. But the 3 rider, there it goes, still actually extended a little bit, 35 seconds. They're not giving up just yet.
It's like they want the breakaway to stick, but with 35 seconds gap, with 6 kilometers to go, can they make it to the finishing line? It's a nerve-wracking, it's a nail-biting moment. It's a suspense moment, Danny. While at the back, they can sort of feel that the sprinters team are driving the pace at the back of the peloton.
Come on, Stefan. We're rooting for you. 3rd day in the break, and we certainly, want to see you walk away with a success today. So we want to see your arms up in the air, but he's done a lot of work. He's certainly a deserving winner if he does manage to stay away. And Uskatel having other ideas, 6K to go. Let's see if time gap is accurate. And if they can manage to keep that 30-second gap into the last 5K, if they get caught, and it will be again into the last 200 meters, 300 meters of the race.
Yes.
It would be another disappointing day, but it's not over. It's not over until the rider cross the finish line. 5K to go. We are really onto the finishing straight.
Yeah. About probably 7 minutes, 8 minutes of racing left. The peloton is going super fast, but we can see they in the breakaway is going fast as well. They probably have a chat among them. Come on, guys, we got a podium shot here. 1, 2, 3, let's go. And Stefan de Bot is really eager to get this thing happening. He's struggling for the last couple of stages. He wants to get the win for this. He wants to be on the podium.
Yeah, it's nail biting on my heart rate is going up, even though I'm not riding, but I feel like I'm
sweaty
riding
hands
right
as
now.
well. I have sweaty hands now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tight finish again. It's exciting race at Tour de Langkawi, and who said it's gonna be a boring stage, right? And certainly the riders in the breakaway are making it happen. And the 5K to go. I think we get close to the 4K mark now, and I really hope we can get a refresh on the time gap, because if it's 32 seconds.
32 seconds.
4K to go.
Yeah, 4K to go.
Today I'm not even gonna predict. I'm not even gonna predict right now, because I certainly hope.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's gonna stay. Don't even blink right now. So
yes.
If you have to go to the toilet, hold it, because you don't want to miss it, because I think you step away from the TV or computer right now, you're going to miss the fantastic action leading to the finishing line of today's stage in the PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi, stage 6.
You can say, all right, looks like the riders from Tudor Pro Cycling is really, really ramping up the pace in front here. He's off the saddle, getting a lot of speed, making sure that the breakaway does not stay away. They want it to come down to a sprint finish. But in the breakaway, Stefan de Bot and these riders, all these other riders, stay away. We want you to go. Can you actually make it? We don't know.
I don't think anybody knows right now. And I think all the DS in the team car are just as nervous as we are.
Oh yes, for sure.
And here again, Podi Cometa is trying to bring back the breakaway right now, because everybody got to chip in now. Because if you hesitate even for a second, now it's
3 kilometers to go.
And 32-second gap, I think. Oh, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
They're
but
digging deep now. They are digging super
They
deep.
gotta believe it. They gotta believe they can make it. And I hope they get their chance, because it will be so exciting to have 3 different riders on the podium again today. So it will be exciting to see. I am so nervous right now watching this, and the Tudor team is not giving up the chase right now.
They're going for it.
So they are driving the Peloton, and now I just want to confirm if the gap is still 32, because if it is,
they might actually stand a chance.
The scale is just tipped over to the breakaway rider, that they may succeed finally with the breakaway taking the stage. But Peloton is chasing on one line. I think they're probably doing a 55k an hour right now.
For sure.
The 20-second gap.
20 seconds, oh dear, that is so close, 3K to go.
Come
on, let's go.
Let us see what's gonna happen in today's finish, stage 6.
The breakaway, they either have to go a little bit faster, or I really don't know at this point.
No game right now. They gotta commit 100%.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
There's no looking back. Stefan has gotta take the bull by the horn, and he just gotta drive it. And
you can see. Don't turn back at the moment. Now you can see like a wave or a swarm of cyclists coming to swallow you back into the peloton. 3 riders in the breakaway. Stefan de Bot, another rider from Bardiani, Tarozzi, and a rider from Korotec, Double A.
Yeah, Double A is getting dropped. He's got dropped, and because the Stefan de Bot put a hammer down.
He wants to win. He wants to win.
He is deserving winner. Even he doesn't win today, he is a well-deserved winner of today's stage, because he have battled for 3 days, and we certainly hope he can do it. But it looks like he's extending the gap just a little bit. And we see the rider with the blue is on the front chasing, and Bardiani rider is still helping. Is still contributing to the breakaway, and look like they're just extended. They're out of sight just for
oh my god! They might actually make it. 2 kilometers to go. Just about 3 minutes of racing, 3-4 minutes of racing.
Come on, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for the breakaway.
Let's go, breakaway group. Let's go.
1K.
Tarozzi. Let's go, Stefan.
Come on, Stefan.
Come on, Stefan. Let's go. Finish it off.
Just 3. I think they got it.
Let's go, Stefan. Let's go.
That's it. I think they're getting close to the 500-meter line. So I don't think it's going to be a bunch sprint. The two working so well together. Nobody is playing game right now. They know.
Let's go.
They know. It's going to be down to it's possible. It's possible. They just don't look back.
Don't look
back. Committed to it.
Committed
They're going
to
for the
it.
sprint right now.
Let's
they
go.
know it started.
Tarozzi, here's your sprint. 200 meters to go.
Come on, Stefan.
Stefan de Bot
Come on,
using
it back.
Using Tarozzi as a bit of a launch pad. 150 meters to go. Looks like that table has turned. It goes to Tarozzi from Bardiani. What a race. What a race. But at the back there, looks like Tudor Pro Cycling is going for a sprint. And let's see.
There's still points. Yeah, there's still
points to go. It looks like
we didn't get a shot, but it looked like Emma Decline was leading the sprint. So we are not sure who actually won, but it finished. But we know today it was not a bunch sprint finish.
That was good to see.
And finally, breakaway succeeded all the way to the end.
Woo!
After multiple attempts. And Stefan de Bot is not happy. He's second, but he certainly contributed maximum to today's race. Even though he didn't win the stage, but he certainly seems like the warrior that contributed and helped make this breakaway possible to the finish. But congratulations to Bardiani.
Yeah, Tarozzi.
And they walk away with a victory. Finally, after multiple attempts, that they are able to win today. So well done and congratulations. We talk about
that came out of nowhere. I mean, he's obviously a good contender. We were rooting for either Stefan de Bot to actually get the stage win, but Tarozzi had a better sprint legs.
Absolutely. Italian victory. Bardiani always have been able to walk away with a good result from Langkawi, and today is no different. They deliver the victory. They had 2 men in the breakaway,
That's
right? So
right,
they
you
committed,
know.
they worked it. So they are well deserving. I mean, in Terrassi worked together with Stefan de Bon all the way to the end. There was no count him out. He just had a better legs and better finish because obviously, but most likely Stefan being the breakaway two times in a row. So here's the finishing again.
Yep.
And
there's quite a gap between them and the Peloton.
There you go. And here he started the sprint, and 300 meters to go, and he's able to keep that gap all the way because it was slightly downhill finish. So they started the sprint fairly early, but he came able to cap the gap all the way to the finish. Congratulations to Team Badiani CSF. Terrassi.
What a win.
What a victory.
It's amazing finally to see a breakaway stayed away. And congratulations to Terrassi from Bardiani.
Here's the interview with today's stage winner coming up right now.
Ready. Un po' d'inglese?
Proviamo.
Manuele, is this a big victory for you?
Yeah, it's a very victory. Last day I was in the breakaway, and the group take us at 20 meters of arrive. Today I try to break away, arrive the finish. Me and the bond, I try to push.
Did you know that the finale was actually suitable for the breakaway to stay away?
Aspetta, non ho capito, sono un po' stanco.
Con le curve che c'erano alla fine, sapevi che c'era la possibilità di vincere stavolta. If you can answer in English, please.
Yeah, when arrive at 3 kilometers of arrive, I look the group is when I last kilometer I try to win with the bond attack, me follow you, and when I sprint I battuto.
How big is it for you to win a stage at the Tour de Langkawi?
Yeah, it's very. I am very happy. For me, it's a great victory and the team.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
There you go. The interview with winner of today. You can see the joy, the exhaustion, and the joy. I mean, he worked all the way to the end.
That's right.
You know, there was no skipping
great
turn.
to see.
And well-deserving winner. Here's a replay of the finish again. He knew that 500 meters was a little bit of downhill. I think he said Stefan de Bon attack first, and then he just went for the really early, like 300 meters from the finish.
Yeah. But he uses the momentum. You know? I saw previously when you said that aerial shot, he used that run in to sort of use the slipstream of Stefan de Bon and then get a bit of a momentum to go for the sprint.
Yeah, it's sad to see Stefan de Bon. You know, he contributed so much into the. You can see he's slamming the bike, the frustration. But there's only one winner. Unfortunately, there only can be one winner. Evan de Klein
got third. So,
got the third, so he takes the sprint.
He takes the sprint jersey.
He take he's take the sprint jersey. Yeah, that's true. But there may be only a points difference. Yeah. So. Yeah.
We'll see, but it depends on what position did Matteo Malicelli actually get in the end.
Correct. So we shall see. But he should. Terrassi and
Stefan de Bon second.
And Nave number 4. Van Wooden number 5. Malicelli is only number 7. There you go. The interview earlier.
Yeah, he was trying to get the top 5. He was close.
He was close. Number 6. Yeah, there you go. But no changes on the overall classification.
Yep.
Max Pohl, he lost just 1 second to Pesanti when he go for the intermediate sprint. The first intermediate sprint, he got third, 1 second. But no sweat there for Max Pohl.
Yep.
And we shall look at the points classification.
There
you go. Evan de Klein.
Yeah. He's in the top step.
He's finally taking that orange.
Yeah.
Right? Tomorrow he's going to exchange that black Tudor jersey to the orange jersey, which he much wanted. And so even though he didn't win today's stage, but he took the maximum possible point for the group.
Yeah. He got third.
So got third. Then there's no changes for our King of Mountain, Aparicio.
Yeah.
Mario Aparicio from Bogos BH. And he retained that. 5 points ahead of Max Paul.
Yep.
And he just needs to finish
finish the race.
And there's no changes in Ichibachi.
Yep.
Maduko Ichibachi from Team JCL Ukiyo. And retaining that white jersey and for the best Asian classification. Here's a shot of the finishing line. And
yang bertungkus lumus bagi memastikan
we're going to see the repeat of the finishing. 2 men, they probably had I think 200-meter gap over the Peloton, chasing Peloton, so they succeeded. That is fantastic to see.
Yeah.
It's really good to see after so many attempts. And I'm sure there's disappointment from Stefan de Bomb, but he's also happy that at least he's second. He's going to be on the podium. Not for the most competitive reason, but he's on the podium for the second place finish. But also he contributed, he knew at least today didn't end up in a bunch sprint.
Yeah.
Right. So regardless, so this was the only way for EF to get on the finishing podium, top 3 podium on today's finish. So even though he's disappointed, but he should be happy that finally the breakaway went and stayed away, and he got second on the day.
That's right.
Not to be too disappointed, but congratulations to no doubt for the winner of today's stage. And here we go, back to another interview.
Stefan, 3 days in a row, you break away. Finally, it works. Is that a satisfaction, even though you're second and not first?
Yeah, for sure it's a satisfaction, but when I crossed the finish line I was really sad also, because I came here for victory. Either it's going to be trying to win the GCO stage, and the GCI, I don't know what happened that day, but it wasn't good, and then I just every day I tried to save the race, and today I almost saved my own race, but second still not bad, and we arrived to the finish, and I'm pretty satisfied that we made it, but it's unfortunate we couldn't take the win today.
What made the win possible today for the breakaway? Was it the terrain, the curves at the end? It was lumpy.
I think the previous 2 days I was also in the breakaway, and everyone had a hard day. Everyone had to chase the breakaway pretty full gas. So of course the peloton, the legs of the sprinter teams are also starting to wear out. And then of course the breakaway was we're working really well together. We were pulling really hard and pulling hard at the right times, and in the finish we just had to dig in and suffer, and yeah, that's how we made it.
What you have achieved today, is that a lesson of never give up? Because even though there's a high possibility of a bunch sprint, there is still a possibility to win the stage from a breakaway.
You can never give up in the sport. If you give up, you can just as well stop. It's too hard to give up. You have to keep fighting, and if you keep fighting, you will reach success.
Bye, Donkey.
Thank you.
There you go. Interview with today's warrior.
Yeah.
Warrior for the last 3 days.
Pretty much. Yeah.
He's a little bit disappointed, but he said never give up.
Yeah,
right?
never give up. If you give up, might as well stop.
Yeah, or don't start.
Yeah, or don't start. That's
yeah.
right.
So if you don't believe a chance to win, and you might as well just go home. So there you go. Well done. But also congratulations to Elva Decline for taking that points jersey.
That's right. Yeah. And, nothing to be sad about, obviously. You know? Obviously he did not win the stage. He got third. I mean, he's still on the podium.
Yeah.
But more importantly, he get to wear the KBS orange jersey tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because now he has the most points in the sprint classification, 4 points above Matteo Malucci.
Yeah, so good for him, good for Team Tudor, because they did a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so they certainly deserve to be on front. There's another interview coming up soon. Let's see. Interview with
I mean, what are the elements that made that it was not a bunch sprint at the end today?
Well, there were 2 guys in front, and I don't know, were there 3 guys in front? I think 3 at first, right? Yeah, 2 at the end. So yeah, what happened was we took responsibility together with DSM. I think Yuko also put a guy in, so that was good. But yeah, they were running really fast at the front, and yeah, we had trouble to close it, and then we asked for help from Astana, and they didn't want to help, and I just don't get it, because I think you want to sprint for victory, and yeah, I just don't get it.
You talk about riding very fast. The average speed today is something like 50 km an hour.
Yeah.
How come?
I think because it was pretty flat, and there was some little kickers, but yeah. At first we went for the bony sprints. Astana really wanted to have the bony sprints, and then they went, and the whole day was the pace was just super high, and yeah, it's a shame we couldn't close it, because I think we showed again we have a good lead out, and also a good sprinter in our team.
Consolation prize. You become the leader of the points classification, and you take the orange jersey.
Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Like I want to have it at the end of the stage race, so it's nice. I'm good. I'm standing good in those in the points jersey, but I rather had a stage victory today. It's more important.
But you can now win 2 stages in the national color of your country.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I'm in orange now. So yeah, it's like in Holland we say the lion, so the orange lion. So yeah, I'm looking forward to riding the orange.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There you go. Interview with the Alvin de Klein, the best sprinter of this year's Podium Langkawi so far.
Yeah. 2 stages. The others are 1 stage.
Yeah.
Alvin Klein secured 2 stages, and also the orange jersey.
Yeah. Oh, not secured yet.
The
battle goes on, but he says, well, after
he will be donning the
he
orange
will
jersey
be
tomorrow.
the little gorilla is going to be the orange lion tomorrow.
The orange lion tomorrow,
From representing Netherlands, right? He's from Netherlands, so he's their orange color.
Yep.
The Dutch orange, and so he's going to be wearing the orange and fighting for another possibility for a sprint for a stage win tomorrow. So even though he's a little disappointed, but the consolation prize is he gets the orange, but his goal obviously is to keep the orange jersey all the way to the end. So by no means that's done. So we still have
still more sprint points
tomorrow, and
2 more stages.
Yeah, and one mountain stage, the Bintulu, there will be a mountain category 4 climb, although it's not going to affect the King of Mountain classification. That's sealed up by Mario Apricio, and but it will be an opportunity for
terima kasih Syafiq seketika. Kita akan kembali nanti untuk penyampaian hadiah, namun seketika terima kasih kepada penaja-penaja, terutamanya perlombaan yang semakin hangat menuju penghujung, terutamanya PETRONAS, Tourism Malaysia, Bubbles O2, kerana terus menyokong dan menghangatkan lagi menuju penamat yang berbaki 2 peringkat untuk edisi ke-28. Berbalik pada perlombaan tadi, ya, sebelum bermulanya, saya menyangkakan ialah penamat yang bunch sprints, tetapi mungkin percaturan itu berubah apabila pemegang jersey berada dalam kelompok besar dalam peloton.
Ya, sudah pasti Lan. Kalau kita lihat sebelum ni Manilo Terozzi dan juga Steven De Bon yang sebelum ni peringkat yang keempat Lan, dia ditelan oleh peloton pada saat-saat akhir di Bentong. Jadi sudah pasti hari ini kali kedua, saya rasa kemungkinan besar Manilo Terozzi dan juga Steven De Bon dia tak nak berlaku seperti stage yang keempat yang sebelum ni. Jadi hari ini dia guna peluang yang dia ada. Di last 1 km kita tengok yang terakhir tadi, Steven De Bon cuba untuk meningkatkan kelajuan dan terus kedua-dua pelumba ini berjaya melepaskan sang penamat dulu. Jadi apa yang menarik, tadi saya ingatkan Steven De Bon yang menang perlombaan ini, tapi Manilo Terozzi lagi punya pengalaman dia lagi better dan sudah pasti dia memenangi peringkat untuk hari ini.
Okay, untuk Stephen ni jangkaan adik untuk dia menang dia mungkin juga tak tercapai lah, sebab kita tengok 2 peringkat sebelum ni. Betul. Dia dinobatkan selaku most kompetitif, yang bermaksud dia bekerja keras. Jadi ini pun sekali lagi dia menggerakkan perkara itu, mungkin di penghujung tu itu yang termampu dan tamat di tempat kedua mungkin ni.
Ya, sudah pasti. Mungkin salah satu faktor juga lah. Tapi saya jangkakan memang Steven Dupont hari ini juga stage yang ke-6, dia akan dianggap sebagai most quality rider lah untuk kali ketiga berturut-turut. Jadi ada 2 peringkat lagi lah. Saya rasa of course Steven Dupont daripada EF Education dia hungry untuk memenangi peringkat, kerana kita boleh lihat EF Education sekarang ni dia tak ada orang cakap satu pencapaian yang membanggakan. Even nombor 2 tadi Steven Dupont, tapi seperti yang edisi yang lepas dia mengungguli jersey keseluruhan, dia mengikuti Simon Carr. Tapi kali ini of course saya rasa EF Education masih hungry untuk memenangi peringkat untuk
mungkin juga untuk EF Education ni ialah perancangan mereka berubah selepas mereka tak dapat ketika di Cameron. Jadi sekarang ni peluang ialah mereka hanya boleh stage win lah. Mungkin itu yang berlaku untuk mereka.
Betul kan. Sebab kita lihat daripada stage yang keempat, daripada Kuala Kubu ke Bentong, selepas stage Cameron tu kita boleh lihat kesemua mostly kelima-lima pelumba daripada AF Accreditation ni memang dia akan membuat attack, membuat breakaway lah. Tapi hari ni mereka hampir berjaya memenangi peringkat, tapi kita boleh akui Manueli Terozzi daripada Badiani mempunyai kelebihan untuk memenangi peringkat yang ke-6 hari ini.
Baik, ini yang menariknya apabila kita menyaksikan perlombaan jelajah sebagaimana Petronas Letur di Langkawi, kerana banyak drama, banyak kejutan berlaku sebagaimana hari ini, dan kita nak kembali ke lokasi bersama dengan Syafiq untuk perkembangan penyampaian hadiah.
Ahead of the rest of sprinter in today's peloton, chasing peloton. And
he won the bunch sprint, although he didn't win the stage. He won the bunch sprint.
Pada tahun ini, pelumba di Malaysia adalah satu yang orang
they got a little bit plane. There you go. Different trophy, Maybe he'll take that plane and to get to the Miri.
Probably the same plane,
Except a little bigger, a little bit bigger.
Yeah, of course, that's
There we go. Tudor, cycling team.
Next year they're going to be a Wolfsburg team, right? I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. There's a rumor saying
They certainly had ambition. I know from even just from the setup initially, everybody said they had a really good setup and their target is to go to the world.
Right.
Yeah.
So pretty serious new signing as well for next year. We've seen so far Julien Alaphilippe.
Oh yes, Julien Alaphilippe, the French entertainer.
Do you know if he have actually came and raced in Langkawi?
Julien Alaphilippe? I don't think so. I need to check on that. I need to check on that. Give me some time to do some research. There's Stefan de Bomb. The warrior, the man in the last 3 stages.
He attacked the breakaway.
So much work and most aggressive.
That's right.
And I think they should award him again for the most combative rider. I think so. I hope so.
It's not a bad award to get 3 days in a row.
Some prize money to buy coffee later.
Yeah.
But no doubt the winner of today's stage is Badiani CSF.
Yeah.
Their first victory of this year's edition.
Straight to the top step of the podium.
There you go. Tarozzi contributed to every inch of the breakaway, and also but had the best leg in the sprint. So he a well-deserving winner of today's stage.
Looks like Valentino Rossi as well. Doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit. Not the same hair. Doesn't have the same hair.
Yeah.
Valentino Rossi he has a big fan following. I mean, I remember watching MotoGP. There were so many Malaysian fans cheering on for Valentino Rossi. MotoGP legend. But today he's a legend of today's stage, Tarozzi, from Italy, along with Stefan de Bon and Alban de Klein.
Thank you so much,
wrap up the podium for today's stage. They each got a plane. And not a prize.
Most combative rider. Let's see who's going to get it.
Yeah, I think, I hope it's Stefan de Bon. And,
I really do hope Stefan de Bon as well.
He did launch the attack first, and so Hopefully, that will be a good consolation
Let's
prize.
welcome your hands together for this rider from Koratek Dinipanti.
Oh, okay, goes to Koratek. Probably they don't want the same person getting the podium.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Okay. Doubly, yeah.
Doubly, yeah, it's not
He's
bad,
not
yeah.
so not happy though. You can see the disappointment on his face because he was literally just dropped. I think within a K to go.
Yeah.
So okay, that's Valentine Double A from Switzerland. Most competitive award, sponsored by Bubble, oxygenated water. After today's stage, I needed more oxygen for sure. Just,
For sure.
Too much excitement, and but that's what this race has been about. That's why this is one of the premier race in the Asia calendar. Absolutely exciting to watch. And so, what's the depth of this year's competition is certainly surpass previous edition. You can see these guys are just making the race so much exciting to watch.
Yeah.
And young rider to learn. If you're a young rider there watching the race or you're in the race, I hope you can learn. And today we saw the ARA Skip Capital rider hoping for a top 10 finish. He got number 6.
Yeah.
There you go.
For sure. That's a good attempt. By the rider from ARA Skip Capital, Blake Agnoletto, young rider, young sprinter.
Yeah. So maybe someday he will be contesting, will be standing on the podium, on the top of the podium potentially. So it's a good result.
I think if you've seen like previous riders that was representing ARA Skip Capital, guys like Taj Jones.
Okay.
He was here in Langkawi as well.
Yeah. Okay, no doubt who is the white jersey holder is still Madubu Ichibachi. He should be getting used to this attention now. There we go. He's getting used to putting on the jersey. He's should be able to keep that all the way to the end, and still seems to be a very quiet young man.
Yeah.
Getting a plane also as a souvenir.
Yeah. Everyone's getting a plane.
And getting on the plane.
They're getting on a plane afterwards, of course.
There you go. Did it really well in the Cameron Highland stage. Be able to follow the chasing pack. Only 2 minutes behind the race leader Max Cole. From Japan, Ukio. JCL Ukio. And the next should be the KOM jersey.
Yeah.
He's KOM jersey. Or it could be the points jersey. Yeah, KOM jersey. Here we go.
Tourism. Polka dot
Tourism
jersey.
Malaysia.
Tourism Malaysia. Polka dot jersey.
Yeah. Again, I think if you're watching the race, if you haven't visited Malaysia, I'm sure you wanted to visit Malaysia already. And here's the KOM brought to you by Tourism Malaysia. And no doubt, we know who is going to be the KOM winner. From Bogos BH, Mario Apricio. He looks a little bit like Luis Leon Sanchez. since you're comparing, riders who they look like and so forth, like actors and so forth. So I'm not gonna pick another actor, but Luis Leon Sanchez reminded me of that. Tall,
Sanchez,
bigger, strong. He doesn't smile much. He rarely cracks a smile.
You're right. You're right. We haven't
pretty
seen
serious
him,
face.
Even in interviews.
Yeah. Now he smiles. There it goes.
All right, there you go. Only for photos. You gotta start pointing camera at him. Only then smile.
There you go. Also kind of remind me Luis Leon Sanchez, Samuel Sanchez, kind of. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Samuel Sanchez,
right.
the Spanish rider from Euskaltel, Euskadi. Yeah. He now runs a development team, MM2. MMR. Yeah, it's a bike company sponsored development team. Here he goes. He should be used to this by now. He needs to he needs to stay on for the individual photo.
Yeah.
And
he's not a podium guy. Just does, just get out. It's just
get out. He wants attack. He wants attack on the hill.
Yeah. What are we wasting
He
time
loves an attacking, which is definitely a good rider. I mean, I wouldn't be doubt seeing him in action next year. I'll hopefully see him next year in the Valda.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice to see how he stack up against the rest of the World Tour rider in the
KBS orange jersey.
Yep. We have a new orange jersey.
Yeah.
Not a winner yet, but a holder. He is a current leader in the points classification. And I can almost say he's undoubtedly the best sprinter so far in this year's race. 2-stage win and a sort of podium finish, a consolation win among the Peloton.
It's not an easy work to become a sprinter. You have to be able to put out the watts to sprint.
In the end of a hard chase.
Yes, end of a hard chase. It's not easy sitting in while his teammate actually doing the chase.
And here's in his national color of orange. All the Dutch fan out there must be cheering him on. Now he's gonna be the orange lion. Representing Team Tudor from Switzerland, but he's from Netherlands, Dutch. How fitting. And I think he likes that color. Tomorrow, but he has to wear the two-piece suit now. He can't be wearing the ski suit.
So is that a bit of a disadvantage?
Here goes 2 watts. There's 2 wrinkles on his jersey. Oh no! 2 watts he has to put out. Extra 2 watts to win the stage.
Gonna wait for that Simply the Best song.
There we go.
Yeah, that's always a GC song.
Yeah. And we know who is the man in the pole position. 21 years old rider from United Kingdom, riding for a Dutch team, DSM Post NL. There you go. You know, international cycling, they are very, you know, you can have a different team, different country, have different riders. And sometimes, I wish it's in Asia, they tend to be like the Hong Kong pro team is only Hong Kong rider, become a national team. I hope they end. Trigano does a great job. TSG has 7 international riders.
Yeah.
You need to have that diversification. That's what you bring the level, bring up the level of your local rider, because they get exposed. They ride with some of the best riders in the world, and they experience different culture, different people, and they learn from different riders. So. Yeah, I hope Thailand pro team, Hong Kong pro team start taking up some riders from other nations, because otherwise it's just a national team.
That's true. That is true.
Max Pohl, and leading the overall classification in the PETRONAS green jersey from England, UK, United Kingdom, and representing the Dutch team, DSM, Post NL.
Everyone
there you go.
good in green.
Yeah, terima kasih Petronas.
Petronas is
look to me, he's a little bit shy. You know, he's actually not the most outgoing person.
That's right.
He's kind of he's getting a lot of camera pointing at him. Not natural.
Probably getting used to it, I suppose.
Yeah, he's
I mean, like you remember, like a lot of these professional cyclists, even back then, like Peter Sagan, or even like Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah,
he's getting used to it.
Oh yeah. When you get interviewed by Jeff Cornett many times, so you get used to that questions and the interview, so you get more comfortable in front of camera.
That's right.
I'm certain we're gonna see more of Max Pohl. You know, this is his first professional victory, so I hope he will carry that momentum and win a Grand Tour someday.
Yeah,
it'll be nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, he looks like he's on a very good trajectory.
Oh, absolutely.
Wins.
Baik, terima kasih sekali lagi Syafiq. Muktamad telah pun kita menyaksikan berakhir di Kulai untuk peringkat yang ke-6. Jadi hari ini perubahan jersey berlaku, terutamanya jersey most competitive dan juga jersey pecut yang telah pun diambil alih oleh Avery Klein, yang mana itu yang dia mahukan. Tetapi kalau kita melihat secara keseluruhan ini, dia sekali lagi penamat ialah saya suka menyentuh bagaimana Avery Klein, dia pun katakan dalam perkongsian, itu yang termampu. Teammate, kalau kita lihat teammate Tudu dah 2 stage bekerja keras hari ini, dia terpaksa, dan lebih penting lah dia selamat juga untuk jersey orange ni.
Ya, betul kan. Kalau kita lihat tadi, kemungkinan besar dia seperti tidak tahu ada 2 pelumba yang berada di depan.
Yep.
Kerana di finishing tadi dia macam celebrate dia punya winning. Tapi dia tak tahu yang ada 2 pelumba, itu Stevie di Bond dan juga Manuel. Jadi saya rasa of course Avid Decline dia ingin memenangi untuk kali ketiga peringkat. Jadi kita boleh lihat kan, lepas ni ada 2 lagi peringkat, mostly flat punya stage, tiada lagi pendakian yang teruk di stage ke-7 dan ke-8 nanti.
Ya, saya rasa untuk Avid Decline hari ini cuma nasib baiknya ialah dalam kelompok itu ialah dia yang mendahului untuk memintas jersey. Tapi saya percaya ialah kenyataannya itu nampak dia sedikit kecewa untuk nak tambah koleksi menang stage, dan perkara ini berlaku apabila kita berbalik kepada apabila dia tak perasan Stephen Devon di depan, kemudian Manuel di depan yang menang peringkat ni, ialah disebabkan ialah faktor teammate yang dah tak mampu untuk bekerja di hadapan. Itu antara faktor.
Ya, sudah pastilah, sebab kebiasaannya macam Avid Decline, dia akan membuat pecutan kerana dia akan fokus kepada finishing saja.
Betul.
Jadi dia tidak tahu dia dalam masa sama dia akan memastikan teammate dia akan memastikan sebelum dia buat pecutan, semua grup yang berada di dalam grup leader ataupun breakaway sudah ditangkap. Tapi ketika itu kita boleh lihat last 2 km terakhir ni Peloton tidak berjaya menangkap kedua-dua pelumba ini. Jadi saya rasa peluang masih terbuka untuk Avid Decline untuk memenangi stage. Dalam masa sama, apa yang manis juga seperti yang dikatakan tadi, dia berjaya merampas jersey utama, jersey oren untuk Raja Pecut.
Dan tertarikan yang seronok melihat penamat semua ini jelajah ialah perancangan dari setiap peringkat, setiap pasukan ni akan berubah bergantung kepada apa yang berlaku.
Ya, betul.
Terutama yang kita menyentuh pada awal tadi, EF, saya rasa perubahan taktikal mereka, perancangan selepas tak dapat overall team, tak dapat climb, jadi mesti nak mencuba stage. Itu yang mengganggu. Stephen Dibon ni saya rasa dia adalah pengganggu untuk perubahan hari ini pada adik.
Ya, betul-betul lah. Sudah, of course, kerana kita lihat Stephen Dibon dah 3 kali berturut-turut all the way daripada stage 4, 5 dan 6 hari ini, all the way breakaway. Dan hari ini EF Education sudah pasti mereka hampir melakar sejarah untuk menangi peringkat untuk kali ini, dan sudah pasti pressure tu little bit low lah tapi beliau berjaya di tempat kedua kan. Jadi saya rasa untuk next stage saya rasa mungkin EF Education more hungry lah untuk memenangi peringkat.
Walaupun esok lebih jauh, dan ini adalah penamat yang dapat kita saksikan bagaimana di penghujung Stefan hanyalah mampu untuk mengikori sahaja. Manuel dia sempat menoleh ke belakang. Kalau ikut dari segi tenaga, dari ikut kondisi, pastinya Manuel lebih baik kerana sebelum ni di dalam kelompok besar saja dan menamatkan perlombaan.
Betul-betul. Kalau kita lihat achievement sebelum ni, Manuel pernah memenangi beberapa peringkat di Tour of Taiwan, Tour of King Highlight dan beberapa perlombaan di Asia. Jadi kali ini dia mencipta nama di Southeast Asia lah, memenangi peringkat di Tour of Langkawi. Jadi saya rasa of course lebih manis lah. Dia ni dah lama tak memenangi peringkat di ATDL. Tahun ni mereka memenangi peringkat. Jadi kerana Lampu sendiri tahu, dia ni setiap edisi yang dianjurkan di ATDL mereka tidak pernah miss dalam perlombaan.
Jadi sepanjang perlombaan hari ini telah pun kita mengetahui ialah ada 3 zon pecutan. Tapi pada saya ialah 3 zon pecutan intermediate sprint ni ia tidak lebih terarah kepada pemegang-pemegang jersey, terutamanya Raja Pecut, kerana kita lihat bagaimana mereka membiarkan dan lebih melihat strategi pencabar-pencabar, terutamanya ialah pemegang jersey sebelum ini, kemudian Gleb Seriza. Mungkin pada adik untuk intermediate sprint ni.
Ya, betul lah. Kalau kita lihat intermediate sprint sekarang ni, kita boleh lihat Matteo Malucci sebelum ni di tempat keempat. Matteo sekarang ni sudah berada di tempat ketiga, memintas Gleb Seriza di tempat yang ketiga sebelum ni. Jadi sedikit orang cakap ada perubahan di ranking top 5 untuk setiap jersey utama. Jadi sudah pastilah jersey Asia mungkin sukar untuk digugat. Jersey King of Mountain sudah pasti milik pelumba daripada pasukan BH.
Betul, Mario.
Kerana esok cuma ada kategori 4. Jadi saya rasa of course mudah untuk pasukan daripada Bukos untuk merangkul jersey King of Mountain.
Ya, okey. Selain kita menyaksikan pecutan-pecutan yang penting ni, tetapi juga kita perlu juga menyentuh mengenai peluang-peluang negara. Hari ini daripada pasukan TSG, kemudian kita juga melihat bagaimana pasukan negara dan juga untuk pasukan NPC. Tapi ialah pada adiklah peluang untuk mereka ialah saya menganjangkan macam Amirul Fakrullah boleh keluar setiap mendapatkan zon penjutan, tapi ini mungkin kondisi juga mainkan peranan tadi.
Ya, sudah pastilah. Semalam kalau ikutkan memang stage yang very hard stage lah untuk ke semua, terutamanya pelumba tempatan kita. Jadi macam hari ni kita boleh lihat tiada pelumba Asia yang berjaya berada di dalam kelompok leader hari depan. Jadi sudah pastilah kemungkinan besar saya rasa mungkin salah satunya faktor kita start lomba awal. Jadi kebiasaannya pelumba tempatan ni dia lambat panas sikit kaki dia kan. Jadi itu salah satu faktor lah. Tapi kita tengok baki 2 peringkat yang terakhir ni perlombaan akan start jam 11. Jadi kat situlah dua stage lagi, di situlah peluang untuk pelumba tempatan untuk menonjol sesuatu, kerana kita dah beberapa edisi yang lepas kita dah lama tak nampak pelumba tempatan kita menjejak kaki ke podium lah.
Podium. Betul. Dan hari ini antara cabaran mereka ialah selepas tamat ini, untuk waktu inilah terutamanya mereka perlu bergegas kerana logistik hari ini sangat-sangat mencabar sebelum esok dengan proses recovery untuk kembali perlombaan dalam jam 11 pagi. Tapi untuk adik tadi dah sentuh mengenai jersey-jersey, terutamanya jersey pecut esok saya rasa masih lagi dicabar walaupun Avid dapat. Tapi part mata di depan belum lagi selamat, Dik.
Betul kan. Apa yang menarik juga lah ingat saya kongsikan, kerana untuk jersey kuning, jersey hijau, jersey tajam Petronas, iaitu David Max Paul sekarang ni. Sebelum ni pada awal perlombaan dia 15 saat. Hari ni dia pelumba daripada pasukan JCL tu Thomas Pesenti berjaya mencuri 1 saat lah. Jadi dah jadi singkat timing kepada 14 saat. Jadi saya rasa ada peluang lagi untuk Thomas Pesenti daripada JCL dan juga pelumba daripada lain juga, antaranya Unal Iriba Jorigi daripada Ken Epamo daripada Spain, mungkin kemungkinan besar mampu mengugat kedudukan David McPaul.
Ya, pada saya suka sebab bila perebutan sehingga ke penghujung peringkat baru dia boleh rasa debaran dia untuk kita menamatkan edisi ke-28 nanti. Jadi kita sebelum kita nak menyentuh apa akan berlaku esok, tapi seketika Lily ni kalau tak ada cerita terkini, itu bukan Lily. Jadi terus seketika bersama dengan Lily.
Okey, baik. Bersama saya adalah individu yang tidak asing lagi dalam penganjuran saingan Langkawi LCDL 2024, iaitu Encik Emil Abdul Jalal yang merupakan Chief Operating Officer PETRONAS Datuk Langkawi 2024. Encik Emil, tahniahlah diucapkan sebenarnya perlumbaan di Semenanjung Malaysia hampir saja selesai. Kalau boleh kongsikan sikitlah macam mana pengalaman bekerjasama dengan semua sekali, dengan rakan tugas, marshal, event crew, performers dan semua sekali.
Okey, setakat peringkat ke-6 ni memang setakat ni sangat-sangat flow dia sangat-sangat baik lah. Maksud dia kita pun ada cabaran yang utama sekali hari tu di Langkawi lah. Maksud dia nak masuk tu nampak mudah, tapi bila nak keluar tu kalau semua orang ikut jadual, semua orang tepat dengan masa, semua orang tahu nak buat apa dan the flow is right. So kita dapat keluar dengan cantik dan kita sambung peringkat yang kedua di Arau tu tepat pada waktu lah. Itu yang paling penting. Kemudian sepanjang laluan 6 peringkat ni memang di laluan memang ada some issues dah, tapi yang melibatkan perlumbaan, di mana ada first time kita ada hujan yang terpaksa kita hentikan perlumbaan, yang itu kita terpaksa neutralkan event, neutralkan race sebentar, dan kemudian isu itu bukan isu saya. Itu memang perkara yang biasa dilakukan dalam perlumbaan antarabangsa lah. Jadi itu antara perkara-perkara yang berlaku tahun ni. Tapi setakat ni memang keseluruhan 6 peringkat perlumbaan ni berlangsung dengan agak menarik lah.
Encik Imeh, kalau kita nak tanya mengenai perlumbaan pula ya, pemenang setiap peringkat adakah seperti yang dijangkakan Encik Imeh atau bagaimana?
Okey, kalau memang saya ada beberapa kali buat interview itu, memang saya ada sebut yang sebenarnya dalam sampai ke peringkat ke-6 pun kita sukar nak tetapkan siapa juara keseluruhan lah. Sebab time gap antara pelumba pertama dengan kedua tu masih lagi by seconds kan. Dan apa yang kami jangkakan juga di Cameron Highland tepat. Saya ada katakan yang kita akan ada bunch sprint. Walaupun tak ramai, tapi ada bunch sprint di Cameron Highland. Perkara itu jarang berlaku, tapi berlaku betul. So ini yang berlaku tahun ini, dan itu menyebabkan bila kita berada di stage ke-4, 5 dan 6, kalau kita lihat semua breakaway itu semua yang dibawa oleh World Team dengan Pro Team, bukan lagi tim-tim Asia. Sebab mereka banyak perkara yang mereka lakukan untuk menentukan siapa juara pada peringkat yang ke-8. So ini adalah perkara yang agak unik. Selalu kalau kita tengok breakaway, memang semua Asian rider. Tapi bila selepas peringkat ketiga, mereka mengetuai breakaway sebab mereka ada agenda tersendiri untuk pasukan-pasukan masing-masing.
Moving on untuk peringkat seterusnya akan berlaku pergerakan ke Bumi Sarawak, which is a lot to do lah, cabaran yang besar juga untuk management. Jadi macam mana dengan persediaannya, Cik Meh?
This is the so-called the ultimate challenge of this year lah. Kita ambil risiko ni dan kita kena tanggung lah. Sebab kita nak masuk ke Sarawak. Persiapan alhamdulillah. Kita dah ada 2 mesyuarat utama untuk transfer dan semalam ada lagi mesyuarat pergerakan kita dah buat. Dan macam saya katakan lah, as long as semua orang ikut dia punya schedule, dia punya jadual, kemudian semua berada tepat pada tempat-tempat yang kita dah tetapkan dan semua gerak kerja, semua yang ditugaskan buat kerja betul, kita akan transfer dengan tepat ke Miri.
Alright, terima kasih Cik Meh. Semoga dipermudahkan segala urusan.
Dia tak boleh duduk apa.
Baik, itu dia perkembangan dari Cik Meh, antara orang kuat yang turut menjayakan di sebalik PETRONAS Seletor di Langkawi. Jadi segala perkongsian itu penting untuk kita menuju 2 lagi peringkat, adik, untuk peringkat yang ke-7. Macam saya katakan tadi, ialah proses bagaimana mereka nak mengharungi logistik, kemudian recovery, esok nak kembali jam 11 pagi. Pada saya tempoh yang sangat pendek dan mencabar untuk setiap pelumba. Ya,
sudah pastilah. Bukan saja pelumba kan. Kesemua kru yang terlibat untuk betul. Yang terlibat dalam PETRONAS LTDI kali ini. Jadi sudah pasti untuk pasukan, setiap pasukan, of course mekanik memang hari ini memang barai lah kan. Memang betul-betul orang cakap kena sediakan ke semua basikal, 6 biji basikal yang utama untuk rider pakai, dan juga of course kena ada at least 4 basikal spare untuk dibawa ke Miri, kerana Lan pun tahu not easy untuk packing setiap basikal. Yang kita tahu sekarang ni banyak teknologi baru, antaranya elektronik, disc brake and all lah. Jadi of course bukan saja daripada atlet, staff dan juga kru, kita harapkan perlombaan di Miri nanti seperti sedia kala di Semenanjung lah. Kita harap kemungkinan besar untuk tingkah, saya rasa kemungkinan besar kita tak ada tingkah A, tingkah B. Kemungkinan besar ada tingkah A saja di Miri, kerana di Semenanjung kita ada tingkah A, tingkah B. Itu menunjukkan ada hampir 44 tingkah yang berada di dalam Peloton. Tapi kemungkinan besar mungkin hanya 22 tingkah saja yang akan berada di dalam Peloton untuk di stage Miri dan juga stage 8 nanti di Bintulu.
Jadi bermaksud neutral service akan bekerja keras lah esok.
Ya,
okey. Kita nak beralih, kita nak menyaksikan untuk perlombaan esok. Peringkat 7 yang mana Miri ke Bintulu sejauh 199.3 km. Kita akan bermula siaran 10.45 pagi di Astro Arena, dan juga pilihan anda boleh menyaksikan di YouTube PETRONAS Seletor di Langkawi dan juga YouTube MSN Majlis Sukan Negara. Tetapi yang pasti 11 pagi pelepasan flag off akan berlaku apabila ke semua pelumba yang akan menghampiri 200 km. Esok apa yang anda mahu lihat untuk anda, Adik?
Baiklah, esok merupakan peringkat yang terpanjang untuk edisi PETRONAS di Langkawi 2024 ini, sejauh 205.8 km kan. Jadi secara overall kita lihat sini, laluan esok ada 3 peringkat intermediate sprint yang ditawarkan, dan juga ada 1 kategori 4 King on Mountain. Jadi saya rasa kemungkinan besar perlombaan esok situasi dia lebih kurang macam ini. Pada awal perlombaan akan ada attack berlaku antara satu sama lain, dan dalam masa yang sama of course rider-rider yang berada di dalam top 10 GC, of course dia akan cuba untuk memberi saingan kepada David McPo.
Itu, dan juga perebutan jersey pasti akan berlaku lagi esok, terutamanya jersey orange untuk Raja Pecut. Jadi apa pun anda kena bersama kami esok. Terima kasih adik seketika untuk hari ini peringkat yang ke-6. Tapi sebelum kita berakhir, terima kasih sekali kepada semua penaja, terutamanya PETRONAS, Tourism Malaysia, Bubbles Auto dan semualah yang berada di sebalik perjalanan yang cukup baik setakat ini untuk PETRONAS Seletor di Langkawi 2024 edisi ke-28. Jadi untuk waktu ini salam hormat. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi esok tepat jam 10.45 pagi untuk kita terbang ke Sarawak pula. Salam hormat, jumpa lagi.
PETRONAS earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless. Really? Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app. Legit. Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
to mention the shops and the stars. Every all got a meaning. Every spinning the world for a reason. You know, paintings and arts and crafts. You can go shop in the evening. Let's go. I know that cheap, but I won't know. Ain't no place like another. No, no. If you can't think, understand this. MYS full of culture. Malaysia, Malaysia, Malaysia.
Malaysia, truly Asia.
At Petronas, you get more. More points. Simpler, better, now cardless. Just key in your phone number at the pump, Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.